All right. Sunday, September 22nd. And here we are. Welcome everybody to Hash Church 5.0, episode 7. And somehow I did it right and I got us in the right spot. I don't always do that. Let me just make sure I turn off these. There we go. Go and shut that off. All right. Let's see. Let me change Mister's name. I'm gonna rename him real quick because he is the Skunk Man. How you doing there, Lawrence?
Marcus?
How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. You hear me okay and everything?
I can hear you okay, dude.
All right,
Pretty
well, I
good for
never
not
hear
having
you.
headphones on.
All right, cool. Sweet.
I would only say when you're not talking throughout the
Unmuted.
day, just put it on mute. Exactly.
Cool.
Exactly. How you doing,
And
Sam?
I will be talking 24/7.
Perfect, dude. We want your savvy snippets, your sarcastic humor, and your just all around Skunkman Sam knowledge. We appreciate it,
I
dude.
wasn't joking.
No, I know. You're as serious as a heart attack. Hemp guy, remember? Yes, I remember Bingo Lombardi. Well, very good, very good. Sunday morning, nice to see you guys. We got a few more. Mr. Dr. Mark Scialdone is popping in here. I guess he missed last week, but I saw him playing a lot of music, so I think he was feeding his soul. So that makes me happy. Shout out to the Bizarre Brothers. Josh and Corpy for creating the 6-star rating. I had someone reach out today and ask me about those guys, so I just happen to have that on hand. And I always want to shout these guys out, man. They did a lot as bubble ambassadors for yeah, just for the overall scene of the bubble. And we got a new guest today. We got Lawrence in here. He's down in Arizona. He's going to tell us a little bit about what he's doing down in Arizona.
Hey Mark,
Hey, Dr. Mark, how you doing?
good man. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. It looks like you were playing some fun music this weekend.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just the music scene up here is just so cool, man. There's just places to play everywhere, like restaurants and wineries and gigs, and yeah, it's musical heaven up here. So
That's awesome, man. I
yeah.
remember we had it for a short period of time in the 90s. Vancouver was a cool music town, and it's not so much anymore, unfortunately. I've
Oh,
seen the odd, yeah, it's hard, it's harsh, dude. We used to get lots of great shows. All the bands would come here, and I mean, prior to that, I grew up in Manitoba in Winnipeg in the 80s, and so, everyone was into metal, Black Sabbath and Iron Maiden and AC/DC, and
sure.
every metal band on the planet went to Winnipeg. Like it was just, I saw every, so I kind of grew up with this, like, oh, every band I like I'll just be able to see them forever. And then when I moved out to
Yeah.
Vancouver, it was Allman Brothers and Fish and String Cheese and just, all these great bands. And now, like, none of them come anymore. It's just like our scene is, yeah, it's the border too. They all have drug charges and they all have like sketchiness in somewhere in their crew. Like if it's not one of the main band members, it's going to be like some other key person that like runs the
Can't
build
go
out
back
of
and
the
forth, right?
can't go back and forth,
Oh
man.
yeah,
So
Right.
that's
I know a crew guy who got caught with a Mac 10 under his fucking pillow on his travel bus going between Canada and the United States. Oops.
like a
Oh, it just
machine gun.
Yeah, like a machine gun. Yeah, that's rock and roll.
it
You
it
never
just
know when you might need a machine gun.
it just sucks when you have such a vibrant musical scene that becomes kind of like part of the culture of an area, and then for whatever reasons here it's politics makes it go away. It sucks because it adds to wherever you're living. If there's great live music and just great bands that come through, and yeah, we're lucky here in Vermont because a lot of people vacation up here and they'll want to see good music. And all throughout the East Coast, there's just great, little theaters and venues and yeah, Mark, I don't know if you saw, but Bruce Springsteen sat in with Trey Band
I
out on
saw.
the yeah out on the beach on Asbury Park. Oh my gosh. I mean, Trey kind of delved into his first Bruce Springsteen concert, which I think was at some little
I
small
saw that
place.
as well. His words were touching. It kind of
Oh man.
full circled the experience of having him on stage, you know?
Imagine how that must have felt for Trey to be up there with the boss, two guys from Jersey, it's just
It's wild. And you also have to think like, Trey doesn't come across as a rock star, but he's a
right.
total fucking rock star, dude. Like he's had experiences that like the
Oh
majority
yeah.
of the population will never have. So for him to even have an experience like that he hasn't had is
Yeah.
also mind-blowing.
Yeah. And Fisher just taking it to the next level. This last tour was just great. And they're doing a benefit concert for Trey's recovery clinic here in Vermont, in Albany, at the end of October. But yeah, they're gonna get the nod for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year. I mean, it's got to be their year. It's their 41st year. There's really no live band that delivers like they still kill it every night, man. It's just a new list of songs. It's not some pre-recorded canned show. I mean, and yeah, they make it available, and their festival was really successful on a few levels. But yeah, it's great to have a vibrant music scene.
Oh, I'm stoked for you, dude. You well deserve it, that's for sure. We have awesome mountains for snowboarding, so I'm not crying. I got that.
We got
But
some nice mountains up here in the VT too.
you do. You absolutely do. But I'm telling you, you could put them just on one of my mountains, all of them, just like in one section of my mountain. You could put
Probably.
it's like 8,000 acres, Whistler Blackcomb, and then it's surrounded by 192 glaciers that if you have access to a sled or a helicopter, they're all rideable mountains. It's insane. It's like we are. Other than Alaska, we are doing amazing for mountains when it comes to riding snowmobiles, snowboards, skis, whatever it is. Welcome, Collin, to the room, Mr. Vessel. Collin's been very helpful, helping bring on guests for the last 7 episodes. He's the one guy that promotes the show before the show. You guys ever notice in the email, I'm like, this is the link for sharing to your social media? Well, Collin does because he shares it, goddammit.
I try, man.
Marcus.
Yes.
Now I was just going to ask you, did you ever make it to the USA recently?
No, I did not make it to the USA, and it actually caused a bunch of crazy problems, believe it or not. I went to the airport for the first time to go to the US in 27. I think the last time I went was Fish at the Gorge in 98. That was the last time I was over the border. That's when I picked up Marble Slinger hitchhiking on the side of the road. And then he was like, oh, can we bring my friends? And that was like Jason Lee and his girlfriend. So it was this whole crazy experience. But I did go again. I went with my friend Allison. Addison and I were throwing this Legends of Hash. Sorry, this was the Spanish one. We were throwing the Portland one. And I went to the border. Our border here in Canada, when you go to the US Customs is at the airport in Vancouver. So I was like, you know what? I'll just go through the border here at US Customs. I'll check it out. I got up to the thing and immediately the guy said, oh, do you have your waiver? And right when he said that, I was like, oh, this isn't good. I don't have a waiver. I'm just trying to, I just try to go. I guess I had this roach charge from 1991. 0.02 of a gram. He showed me the paper. He's like, yeah, you got charged in 91 with a roach, or you got caught, not charged. I said, okay, well, what, that was quite a while ago. And I remember your experience, Sam, when you came here to visit me from 1960 something.
Yeah, they told I landed in Vancouver. They told me I couldn't come in. So I flew back to Seattle, got on an airplane, and no, excuse me, I rented a Jeep.
Correct.
And drove across within 24 hours.
And then we had a visit. It was amazing. It was total Skunkman Sam style. I, on the other hand,
Mark,
got
Mark,
denied.
Quick question. Ahead. Did they actually use the word roach?
Yeah, they did. It said it right on the document too. It was like 0.02 of a gram of a roach. And I'll never forget it. I remember getting caught with that roach because they charged me 5,000 US dollars to get my van back. And that
That's
was like
fucking
that was
hilarious.
an absolutely astonishing amount of money for me when I was like 18 or 19 years old. But they did not let me back in. So I got denied, which was a real bummer. I wanted to get down to Portland. It kind of broke my partnership up with Addison, the guy I was throwing legends with, because he actually thought I did not try to come over the border. I'd also been trying to get an ITIN number. So basically, a few key things happened, and it really collapsed our partnership, which is fine. He's doing his own event. I hopefully will get my name back that he registered in the US. And if I can get that back, then I will throw Legends of Hash parties again. I'm working on getting a waiver, and I hope to be back in the US here before the 30-year anniversary of not going anymore. So I'm doing the best that I can. Yeah, John Doe says he'll sneak me in through Mexico. It's legal to walk
What you
over.
need to do is admit, say, absolutely, it was a roach, a cockroach.
Dude, I'm telling you, when I was at the border, the guy right ahead of me was caught with joints, gummies, Xanax, and a bag of flour. I was like, holy shit, this guy's in big trouble. And they kind of dealt with him for half an hour. And then he was like, okay, no, it's fine. You can go. And I watched him go out the door that is like the door to salvation, the door that takes you to your plane. I watched him go and I was like, what the fuck? So I walked up and I asked him what's going on. And he said, oh, well, he's an American citizen. I said, oh, so the zero tolerance is just for anyone that's not an American citizen. He said, yeah, exactly. It's for all other people from any other country. So they still stick to their zero tolerance. In their defense, so too does Canada, as per Skunkman Sam's story. It happens. It's shitty. It is what it is. I want to welcome Wade and Dutch to the room. Nice to see you both this morning.
Yo, good morning.
Look at the sun shining on Wade like he's the chosen one.
Because he is.
Truth.
Awesome. It is. It is true. Very good.
I wanted to say I went to the Boston Freedom Rally yesterday. We had a hash talk there, hash panel that Duchess moderated. It was really good. It was it was rainy, but there were some key individuals there that were excited to be there to learn about all the things that we were speaking about. And those that are listening out there, thank you for coming. And the Boston Freedom Rally on the East Coast is one of the last of the original community-driven events out there. So much respect to those that are doing it. And we love what you're doing, and I love the community that you guys have brought together. So thanks for doing that. So
what were some of the top points on the panel that you guys kind of were getting into?
So we talked about true micron versus mesh screens, meaning stainless steel microns that are considered the term is true micron. So what that really means to the listeners and everyone is that the micron size has a hard time expanding, so it stays intact. So when you have a 120 or a 73 or a 90, I'm not saying it can't change because I don't believe that, but I do believe that it'll stay at that micron screen size longer. And it also gives you a flat surface area to work with. And the topic was, does it give you one person, this girl brought up, who was amazing. They're from Vermont, and they were talking about how it gives them more surface area. And I think what I forgot to say is that it's not necessarily more surface area, is that it's because the surface area is contouring on the bag no matter what. It's just that it's flat. So when you go to wash through it, directionally, you can get through the material in a much more intentional way, and you're not fighting this like bag that's shifting, and the surface area is constantly evolving and changing as you're going through that. So
And
that was a
Collin,
topic that
Collin, have you ever used laser drilled round hole screens?
No, but I did bring up your name and said, look, all of this stuff has been happening since the beginning, that, Skunkman Sam's been using this since the very beginning. And I had a feeling that you had something to share here on the topic. So what have you seen besides the
They
true
actually have less surface area because the square holes, or the surface area is everything of the square holes minus the threads. So the laser drills have a little bit, but it is truly the size that you're talking about, where
Right.
square holes are not quite truly.
The only thing I will say about square holes is that, first of all, we've always used heat stamped screens at Bubble Bag since the beginning. So these are screens that are stamped with heat so that they don't lose their form. It's why I pay an absolutely outrageous money for this screen out of Germany, because you can't even buy it in China. It cannot be purchased in China, this particular screen. The one thing I will say, because I have used laser perforated screen holes, and what it really depends on is what is the percentage of hole versus the percentage of metal. This can be manipulated and controlled easier with mesh screens because of the thickness of the diameter of the screen, right? So if I make the screens as fat as my fingers, I get a particular percentage of thread and I get a particular percentage of hole. If I make those threads thinner, I open up the percentage of hole, meaning it's still the same micron, but there's more of it versus screen. And I think a lot of people don't understand this when they copy
absolutely
bubble
agree
bags.
with that, Marcus.
Well, of course you do. You're the fucking mentor. You're the guy that probably taught me all about this in the first place. But it's the truth. So when it comes to screen, you can manipulate your screen to the point where you use a very thin diameter of thread. You heat stamp it so it never loses its form, even after going in and out of water hundreds of times. And you end up with more surface area of hole versus surface area of screen. So that's something to get people thinking about. With the holes, you can only go so close to the other holes before you affect the integrity of that screen. So laser perforated holes are true micron, but they will have a less percentage of holes than a properly meshed screen made by someone who has an absolute understanding of hash making, who's creating thinner diameters to create more hole space. So it's still the accurate micron hole, but there's more of it versus the laser. It's also much. Go ahead.
As I say, holiness is next to godliness.
Exactly. Holiness is next to godliness. I love it, man. But that's an interesting perspective that you brought up there. You know, I was on a panel the other day as well at this secret session thing that we did, or summer session, sorry, put on by Brittany here in BC. And the conversation for us, it was about concentrates and consumption, was really about the lack of consumption space here in Canada, and I'm sure it's probably the same down in the US. We have all of these laws. You can buy it for decades. You can, go home and smoke it, but they still seem to want to keep us from gathering in public and enjoying it. So we're still fighting for that up here. We've got book club that happens up here, which is this sort of private club you can become a part of. It's above Burb, which is one of the legal dispensaries that we have here in BC. And so you can kind of go downstairs and purchase material, and then you can kind of go back upstairs to the area, and there's a dab bar and there's people rolling joints because it's a private club and they've got a decent HVAC system, decent, not great. You can smoke up there because of its privacy. So I think that in regards to consumption in Canada, in particular BC for certain, we're always going to have to fight. We're going to have to use that sort of manipulation of the rules, i.e. make sure that we have private club access, because for those that want to smoke joints around other people, smoking is just like a no-no everywhere in Vancouver, particularly indoors. So it'll be interesting.
We need to all fight until we can all smoke nude on a nude beach together.
Okay. We've got those. I got a nude beach just down the street from my house. It's probably like a 2-minute drive. I got another one at Wreck Beach over by the endowment lands where the University of British Columbia is. I will say I've spent a little bit of time on nude beaches, and I will fight for your right to be on a nude beach, but I'm not a big fan of the nude beach. A little bit of a creepy vibe going on there sometimes. There's always a couple dudes that just shouldn't be there. Am I right?
Yeah,
With
that's me.
sunglasses on.
It's always it's always the people you don't want to see naked at the
Exactly.
nude beach.
Oh my God, this conversation's taken quite a turn. Listen, I want to introduce Lawrence. He is down in Arizona, and Lawrence is a part of the group. I don't want to get this wrong. Is it Aries?
Arize.
Arize. See, I did get it wrong. Doesn't matter. I'm an
Everybody
idiot.
does, so don't worry about it.
But these guys are doing aquaponics, and they're doing a bunch of different extractions. So I kind of invited him on today to talk a little bit about aquaponics and the scene that they got going on and sort of the extracts that they're doing. So, introduce yourself, dude. Let everyone know kind of who you are, where you're from, how you got into this, and then, tell us a little bit about what you guys have been doing down there.
Sure. Well, hey guys, I'm Lawrence Lawson. I am the guy who runs the extraction lab for Arize in Arizona. I'm actually originally from Alaska. You mentioned that before. Yes, the mountains are shaking.
Nice. Yeah, dude.
No, and so we're unique in that we don't do aquaponics, we do aeroponics.
Ah, yes.
So yeah, it's as far as we're aware, we are the largest aeroponic cannabis grower in the country, maybe the world. I don't know what the Israelis are doing over there. But aeroponics is kind of unique because we essentially have to build our tables so that our roots hang down into them, and then we spray water with our nutrient solution directly onto the roots as they're hanging there. It allows for really deep control in what we're putting into the plants. It allows for our test results to be very nice looking, high cannabinoids, high terpenes, super clean. It does come with its own set of problems, obviously. If you mess up one little thing, it can definitely take down an entire table. So our grow team, especially our head grower, is very talented, has a lot of experience. So pumping out some good stuff. In the lab, we do kind of every SKU that you can think of. We do hydrocarbons, CO2 for oil and terpenes. We do distillate, we do solventless, all the different kinds of carts. It's kind of everything.
With the aeroponics, do you recycle the spray water?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because then, like aquaponics, it will spread HLVD through the roots very quickly if you got a plant infected.
Yeah. The question I had is in terms of like just hurdles for your environment, because it's, there's a lot of water, airborne water there. How often do you guys deal with botrytis or PM?
I mean, our grow team has, an IPM program in place. We very rarely have PM and mold issues. If we do, we grow a lot of plants. So, I mean, if we can just toss like a bad table, it's not the end of the world, but it does require a lot of work. Like you said, water spraying through the air, humidity issues. We're in Arizona, so if an AC stops working and the temperature shoots up, it can just cause all sorts of problems. Our head grower ends up coming into the grow to fix a problem in the middle of the night. Every now and then it happens. But we just work very hard at trying to keep everything nice and clean all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what you got to do for sure.
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead, Collin.
yeah, no, I was just gonna ask, like, so from an HVAC point of view, I've spent decades working with HVAC. I'm sure a lot of you guys have too. And I've now, in the last 2 years, I've been really studying reheat technology, because grow styles like this require such a heavy HVAC program, like just understanding your VPD and how your PPFD plays a role in that. And then, your root health, environmental health, etc. And then pest pressure comes from all this stuff, right? So, so it's a lot to field and a lot to think about. So, have you thought about using reheat? Has anyone on here talked about reheat technology? Have you looked into it and what it is? Does anyone understand what it is? And
I have not looked into it at all. I've not heard of our head grower looking into it necessarily either, but
yeah, there's a couple people out there pushing it, a few that are doing it really well. My team and I got on a call with a guy in the Midwest, and his dad kind of invented this thing, and we were trying to pick his brain as to, what's the right way to go here, because we're just open-minded, and yeah, we've used traditional HVAC, and everyone has, it's you're chasing your tail all the time, especially for indoor.
sure.
So if there's a better way that's maybe a little bit unconventional, but really precise in terms of, controlling the environment, it seems like reheat technology could be really helpful to not only greenhouse, but just dialing in certain grow styles like yours. So that's why I brought it up.
No, that's interesting to think about.
I did a little aeroponics back in the day. I
Okay.
set up and consulted with a lettuce grow
Huh?
in Faribault, Minnesota. It was that we were designing it, and so I got brought in as the guy who knows how to grow plants. And there was an engineer and a CEO. It was a super fun experience. We designed this. It's still up and growing. It's this A-frame system we were growing lettuce on, and it was going down this track, right? So you'd have these 4x8, metal stands that would have rollers on the bottom. You put them on this metal track reservoir, if you will, and there'd be a trolley that shot up and down the middle, spraying onto the roots. Plants are out here, roots are in here, lights are in the aisles, right? It was a really cool system. And then we'd slide the lettuce down to the end, fold it in half, run it through a lawnmower, and then put it back on at the beginning. And so you just kind of, the system was, you get 3 or 4 runs out of lettuce and you just mow the top off of it. And we were doing lettuce from seed in like 20 some days, 23 days, basil in like 32 days that we could harvest. It was crazy fast. And that's what actually got me into aquaponics. And like, I was like, all right, I wanted to figure out how to do it organically. And aquaponics was the route that I went, to be able to use organics, and then also incorporate in aquaponics. You can incorporate the soil a little bit, which gives access to the mycorrhizae and is a cool thing. But I haven't seen too many big cannabis grows do it, so it's exciting. It's super efficient for folks that don't know it. In terms of water, it's like 90% more efficient. The plants grow extremely fast, like very quick. Actually, I'm breaking down some aquaponic autoflower. Someone sent me some autoflowers, and I was, my stash was drying out, so I threw them in these aquaponic towers. And about 45 days ago, it was like 60 days with drying. Like, holy shit, it's not award-winning weed, but holy shit, it's fast.
It's fast both ways too. It's fast, like you can finish a crop fast, or you can just utterly and completely destroy a crop fast if you want to.
Very correct.
Yeah, I had mine outside, right? This is to the point, and it rained, heavy rain, and it shorted out the electrical. So I came out the next morning and it was like, holy fuck, what's going on? Everything's dead, almost dead. I had to like get it going, and they bounced back. But if I hadn't caught that, another couple hours, and it would not have been solvable.
I remember the first time I saw aquaponics, not aeroponics, was with breeder Steve. He had a system going. It must have been like 28 years ago or something. He had like the fish and the worms. He had the whole thing set up. And I remember he grew this sweet skunk in the aquaponics system. And I'll tell you, man, that herb was so like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just like velvet. It was so nice to smoke. That was back when I actually still smoked herb. I don't think I've smoked cannabis in almost 25 years now. But that was incredibly just like smooth, nice tasting, like perfectly flushed. The flush was insane. How just well it burned. And Steve was always kind of ahead of the ahead of the curve in regards to a lot of the things that he was doing. Haven't heard too much from him these days. I'm pretty sure he's doing things in Colombia and maybe still has his winery going, but back in the 90s, he was rocking and rolling. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, we had him on a show, and he was the Potent POnics show. I remember a few years back, and he was talking about he'd get folks over to his house, probably the same setup that you saw, Marcus, and for shits and giggles, he'd run across the street and order a hamburger and toss a whole hamburger in there, and everyone would just watch the fit, just like bah 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 bah.
Oh, that's such a Steve thing. And I was feeding him my hamburger.
Right. I was feeding my hamburger. Just go across the street, buy a fucking $2 hamburger, and watch the show.
Dude, just driving certain people absolutely nuts. It's awesome. That's awesome,
But
Drake.
the flavor is on point, dude. Like, when I was going to set up my farm in Washington, I didn't have the money to set up an aquaponic farm. And as I was thinking through, I didn't like the idea of moving pots around, and I liked the living soil that I'd been growing. And so I just started harvesting the poop. Like I have a system here where I don't even grow plants in it. I just use it to harvest the poop, and then I stabilize the poop and put it into my soil beds. And I'm able to achieve, I think, what I think is like the best of both worlds, and combining that fish poop aquatic ecosystem into the soil. It makes some fire weed, dude.
You're a poop farmer.
I'm a poop farmer.
I'm proud of it.
Totally. My wife jokes with me like I'm queasy and get grossed out by things, but she'll be like, you have your arms in fish shit like all day long and it doesn't bother you, and you can't like wipe the baby's butt.
Dutch, in 2014, I was growing basil with two really fish tank with freshwater fish in it, and feeding the reservoirs with that. The biggest hurdles I had was overload of nitrogen at times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it was really interesting taking just water samples and just learning about it. But that was, I think if you're trying to grow cannabis in that, I would imagine heavy metals might become an issue at points, especially now in our regulations.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of the same thing with aeroponics and aquaponics. One of the things that makes it taste so good is that you're not flushing, you're running extremely low ppm. And I think like in the consistency we need with cannabis, that's the only way to do it. Otherwise you have to start playing really like some crazy games, and decoupling systems where you have one system going that's circulating fish water, and then you send that out to the system with the plants, and you can control the nutrients up or down if you need to. Like there's really creative tech ways to do it, but it does. I think it's so much fun and so much fun to fuck with. But at the end of the day, I want things to be really simple, and with my breeding, that's why I just ended up going towards this other model that's just like so much more consistent and easy and doesn't fuck up if I fuck up, type thing.
Yeah. No, I never did anything at scale with cannabis with it, but it was interesting to learn growing food crops with it. It was just really fascinating. Just a different style, different mentality. To your point, you're just like constantly thinking about, what the EC is and how can you hit it.
Well, also your parts per millions, right? It's very hard to hit those numbers with cannabis with aquaponics, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think to Dutch's point, like you could get creative with it and have a big enough tank with enough fish and perhaps different types of species, right? Contributing.
Most are usually doing tilapia. No one is talking about the fish. What type of fish did you use, Dutch?
A mix. I started with tilapia. I was kind of early on as the internet was starting to talk about these things, and so there wasn't a ton of information. So I started with tilapia. I got into some pacu, which are like piranhas, the vegetarian piranhas from Brazil. And then now I'm into just koi. Koi are hardy as fuck. They have a resale value. So this idea that was kind of sold in the 2000s of, you can grow this aquaponics, you grow your food, sell the fish. It's like, go talk to a chef, And so I was doing it, selling to chefs, selling veggies to chefs, microgreens, tomatoes, hot peppers, and they would just kind of be like, yeah, that sounds great, man, but like, how many fish you got in there? Like 75. Like, okay, that maybe you'll do a dinner. Like, this is like, and it's a lot of work. Like, we can't really pay you that much for what we can get tilapia for, and it's just like this kind of doesn't work system unless you have a really unique sales avenue, to figure that out. But the koi are really, really sturdy, and it's also kind of cool if you're into breeding and stuff, because koi are it's just like a pheno hunt. You can buy a bunch of really high quality koi, small peanuts, and then select the ones that are attractive and resell them, for sometimes some pretty good money,
Hey, do you want to send Potent POnics the link to come in before his head blows up? Because he's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
in the chat
we
like,
better get him in here.
holy
He's like,
fuck.
Dutch is fucking it up. I'm gonna lose my mind.
He's talking about my expertise. Get
Well,
him
I
in
know
here, dude.
somebody who does very well on the island of Maui, and all he does is sell koi and design ponds. So I mean, it's a very lucrative business when you're talking full grown koi in regions and areas. It's serious.
What about the Egyptian mouth breeders?
All right, Steve, I just sent you the link. It's in your Facebook.
The aeroponic system
coming.
at Arize using the misters was crazy. I can't remember what their water processing. Yeah, there's a guy, Lobo Grow, who knew your videos. It'd be cool if you had some of those YouTube videos, Lawrence, to queue up to show the grow.
I do have a couple of grow shots, like grow videos, and like you can see like the roots and stuff like that in a couple of them. I've never shared video before. I do have them on my computer though.
I think there's a guy that said he saw your guys' videos on YouTube. Like maybe your company's posted them before or something. I don't know.
We've had like a couple of YouTube channels come in to interview people and take video of the grow and stuff. That may be what they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
What was it? Oh yeah, like Weed Maps came in. My wife's here; she knows what I'm talking about better than I do.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, Weed Maps, and then some other channel did it as well. Gosh, I don't remember. It was years ago now.
Lawrence, can you talk a bit about your misters? What sort of misters do you use to get your mists?
Ooh, I'm not that deeply involved in the grow side usually. I know that
that's why I asked him to bring his grower.
Well, yeah,
I said they're going to ask a lot of questions when we bring up aeroponics. I did say that.
Sorry, we're nerds. What can I say?
They're very, very fine because I know way back when I first started, like right after our grow opened up, there was an issue that we had to dial in with them getting clogged because they were too fine of misters. So we had to work through that.
That's like the name of the game with the aeroponics is those nozzles and getting that right. It's a very big deal.
And it's consistency hitting the roots, etc. Yeah, I mean that because it's a Ferrari, right? If we were dialing running right, it's a problem.
Yeah, no, when everything's running right, it's perfect. And then if you screw one little thing up, everything just falls to shit.
So we got this was a well-funded company that I was doing the lettuce with, and they brought in this guy Richard Stoner, who kind of like worked it out in the 80s for NASA and led those programs, and he was coming in once a month and basically helping us dial in the filter size for the sprayers and the time on, time off. And that's where when we were able to dial the time on, time off really tightly, and that's where we got those super fast grows.
Yeah, the time on, time off is super important. I know they worked very hard on getting that just right. And it's not even the same exact thing for every strain. Some of them respond to more or less watering. It's a lot of record keeping involved here.
What's up, Steve?
Shout out to Steve and Bryon who just popped in. We were on the aeroponics conversation, so it seemed pretty crazy not to have Steve in the room. How's it going, dude? Long time.
Hey, man. Yeah, it's been a while. I think last time I saw you, you were just getting things rolling there in Vancouver. I remember you gave us a tour of the building and all when you were just setting up.
Oh yeah. Well, it's still going, believe it or not. Somehow, I don't know how. I honestly don't know how. It was like woo, just like duck and weave, like companies just burning money in Canada to the ground, like you would not believe. I don't know how we somehow managed to get absorbed by a group of people who were doing that very thing and then somehow like get out of that situation. And now with my new partners, the facility's still there. It looks better than ever. It's got much more equipment in it. And we have no debt, no CRA debt, no partnership debt, no equipment debt. We're a fucking unicorn, bro. That's what we are in the Canadian regulatory framework. We somehow became a unicorn. It was pretty scary there for a bit, like a year and a half, just like super sketch. You'll have to come by for another tour. We got the plasmatic dry sifting unit now with from Sambo Filtration, which I hope to get them on here one of these days and talk a little bit about that unit. Definitely very unique and nothing else like it in the industry. It's
have you used that yourself, Marcus?
I have used it myself. Yes, absolutely.
Is that the Wendy O. Williams model?
The Wendy O. Williams model?
from the plasmatics.
Right, from the plasmatics. That is the Wendy O. Williams model. It's unique, Sam. It's different for sure. It's like the process itself, which you know better than anyone, Sam. It works great for great resin. It can still work on, subpar resin, and it's harder to work on like really dirty stuff. I kind of thought at first it would be like the dirtiest stuff. I could just pour it in, and it was the more sort of chafe and dirt there is, like it's in your best interest to get some of that out if you can, because it's light, it's fluffy, it blows everywhere, it attaches itself to everything. So it
That's
doesn't
what I
attach
was
its
going to ask you. How many passes do you have to use with the machine to get things 99.9?
well, you'd have to
That,
do
that was my
probably.
question as well. Is because my experience with electrostatic separation, it it's hard to get it clean.
Yeah, well, you definitely have to be OCD. I mean, even your stuff that was the cleanest ever, Sam, wouldn't you run it like between 8 and 12 times, like the most insane?
When I was doing it with my hand, I had to do it at least 5 times. Yes, and with a glove, I'm not so sure. I don't have enough experience using a glove, but I also found a machine in Europe which might do the same type of goal, but at the time it was in Eastern Europe, and I asked them to bring a machine to me, and when they found out what I was going to use it for, they refused.
Right. Bunch of more prohibition-based baloney. Are you willing to tell your origin story of how you discovered that method?
I sure, I'll be happy to. Uh,
Oh,
okay, so I was in West Africa, and uh, we had some West African grown cannabis. It was just so. And the people I were with, who included a friend of ours named Jimbo, and somebody else who I don't want to mention his name because I don't want to use people's names without their permission. But so we, what they were doing was they were grinding up the resin uh, through a uh, a large screen first, and then a smaller screen to get rid of the duff. And they would press their hand down on the resin to do that. And I realized when they were doing the smaller screen that although they didn't notice it themselves, it was Jimbo doing the work, that when he brought his hand up, it had an outline of almost pure resin around his palms and fingers. And he didn't notice it, but I sure did. And so when I got home to Amsterdam, I experimented a little bit, and sure enough, Static Tek was born. That was like in, I don't know, maybe 88 or 87, I forget. And yeah, I never looked back. Once I had Static Tek hash, and I didn't always clean it up to 99.9 because anything over about 75% resin heads was totally melt and bubble, and you could clean up to 99 if you wanted to, but you didn't really have to. It just if you did, then the ash would be almost whitish gray, and there would be absolutely nothing left. You could just blow it on a screen with your breath, and it would blow away. But yeah,
so that
so
was 1989. Your wife just confirmed in the chat room, which is also the year that I met my wife. Coincidental. Been with her for 35 years. What is the amendment to that story? When did "If it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble"? When did that
oh,
get born?
I had that by the same year or a very short time later, because the
Not
the very
patent
first
trademark.
time that I cleaned it up 4 or 5 times, and I had resin that was, you know, in the high 90s% of resin heads. It melted and bubbled, and yeah, I just looked at it, and other people would show me other hash that they had attempted to make by dry sifting, and I says, nah, if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, the first time I heard it was in 95, and I was at that I I can't remember if I was with John Conroy or who it was with, but it was that Thai food restaurant with all the ladyboy waitresses.
Oh yeah,
And
down by the Newmark.
exactly. And we bumped into Rob on the stairs of that restaurant, and he had like the Ruhr. It was probably yours, I'm guessing, although I didn't see you that night. But he had a Ruhr and he hit us with a bowl right on the stairs. And that was the first time I ever heard someone say, because he said, look at it bubble, look at it bubble. And I was watching it bubble. I was like, and he said, if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. And I was just like, whoa, I'd never seen anything like that. That was in 95, I believe. It could have been a few years later. It could have been, it was between 95 and 98 when I heard that and saw that. And then really, I don't think I met you until a few years later after Bubble Bags was established. Because I used that
Well, you used it with my permission.
that
I didn't
that
mind at all.
Well, exactly. What and how that worked out was I didn't know it was yours at all. I had put it on like the new bubble bag page. You wrote me an email and you were like, "Do you know where that came from?" At that point, I knew. Rob had told me the story. I was like, and that's when I wrote you and said, "Oh, I absolutely know that it was yours, and if you want me to stop using it, I will. And if I can have permission, that's great." And that's sort of how Sam and I met online. It was through if it don't bubble, it ain't worth the trouble. And me putting that on bubble bags. Now, obviously, at the time, I didn't know it, but Sam was just, he is on the ball when it comes to keeping up with information that is, cannabis related, cutting edge, no matter what it is. He's always had the ability. And I'll tell you, it's pretty incredible because back then the internet was way tighter. There wasn't as many places, there wasn't as many people willing to share information openly. I remember when I was doing it, people were like, you are nuts. People definitely, just like Sam called me a DEA agent. Oh, he has to be a DEA agent. Like there's no way he can be doing that without being like a DEA agent. And I was just like, what fucking DEA? I was like, dude, 90% of the headiest cannabis people in the world don't know about this shit. You think the DEA knows about this shit? Sorry, it's not how it works. They know about it now, but everyone knows about it now.
Well,
So,
I was never DEA. It was CIA.
right. No, I heard both. I initially, when it was in 95, I did hear, which is amazing because what was the last name you used again?
Did you
Selejny?
talk about Selchnidge with the
Selgnidge.
silent nudge?
Right, with the silent nudge, and people be like, "Oh, that's Sam Seldnidge," blah 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 blah. They tell these crazy stories, and then your wife told me one day she was like, "You want to know the origin story to that name?" And when she told me that story, which I won't share, it's yours to share if you want
No,
to,
I
but
don't care if you share it.
well, she basically sat me down. I'm like, why does everyone think Sam's like a CIA agent or a DEA agent? She's like, yeah, because he does stuff that they can't do in their own country, right? He's getting licenses, he's getting permissions, he knows the pathways. And I said, well, what was the deal with the name? And she said, when he moved to Amsterdam, he took that name sort of as a pseudonym, but she had said. That it was your nickname from like back in Santa Cruz days backwards, and that was Jingles.
Correct. Selchnidge with the silent nudge.
Yeah, so you just can't make that. It's so neat to hear the true story and realize how absurd and ridiculous the rumors were.
So I just
bizarre.
so
Go ahead,
Sam, so
Colin.
you were also Jingles on the forums then.
No, I didn't call myself Jingles on any forums. No, I called
Okay.
myself either Sam the Skunk Man or a few times I might have said Selchnage. I don't remember anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I
But
remember it being
the
on the
thing was,
floor.
I wanted to separate my legal world and my real name from my counterculture world, and my belief that a lot of people know things, loose lips sink ships.
Yes. Or how, as the Hells Angels put it, even a fish can keep from being caught if he keeps his fucking mouth shut.
Word. Yeah, if we heard that rumor way
Well
back
said.
in the 90s in the Netherlands, about Sam, because yeah, everybody, no one understood how somebody could, have an import export license and do all the things that you were doing. It's just
Dude,
nobody had the cojones
just
to just do it and navigate those waters. And I mean, that's part of being a pioneer is,
We
people think
were
you have
the
to be special doing it, but you just have to do it. Not that it
we
isn't special.
Yeah, we were the first licensed
Yeah, man.
greenhouse research and development medical cannabis facility in the world. And that was in, I think, mid 90s that we were licensed.
that's insane, dude. And just straight hating. Just like, and that's the craziest thing about our
Well,
industry and our
the trouble
community.
is when you're sitting on the top of the pyramid, people want to be there. And the easiest way is to scheme, lie, cheat, and push you off the top of the pyramid, rather than do it through their own, work and activities.
Yeah, it's
I,
just
I
too
think
bad.
the I think the assumption a lot came from the fact that, Sam, you were an American in Europe getting licensed to do this, and then the technology got sold to GW, which then became the very first essentially publicly traded cannabis company. Is that correct?
Well, that was certainly part of it. They even accused me of being an owner of GW. I never owned a share of GW ever. I did a lot of licensing with them, and I received a lot of money from them, but not for selling them anything. What I did was I licensed varieties that I bred for them, and they helped pay for it.
And your goal with most of that research was to produce single cannabinoid
Well, that was one of our
variety, or at
goals.
least that's what's published.
Yeah, we were also we did triploid work, tetraploid work. We did we were a research and development company for real, and we went after all the low fruit first, and spent millions of dollars doing it.
And now, do you think what do you think is the future of, let's say, triploids, tetraploids? What things did you learn in
Well,
your experience? Because I
the
don't think
reason
very
I
many
stopped
people are familiar or
the
haven't done research, and now you have companies selling products as if it's,
Yeah.
new
Well,
one.
the reason I didn't do it was because what I was looking for was all female. That was relatively easy. We were working with STS, maybe the first commercial use in the world in our breeding. We weren't selling all female seeds, but we were using them for breeding single cannabinoid versions, for example. And what we found was that when you have a triploid, and whether it's all female or not, uh, it's not truly seedless. All triploids produce some viable dark seeds, and they also, even more, produce little white immature nubbies. And I get kind of offended when I see people advertising triploids as truly seedless or whatever, because it's not true. Look at seedless watermelons. They have very greatly reduced seeds, and most of them are immature and white, but they're not seedless. There's no viable seeds in a watermelon, but in cannabis, I made 30 different triploids in the mid 90s, and every single one of them set seeds when I pollinated them with diploid pollen. Uh, and all of them made lots of little white nubbies. And my goal really was to be able to produce all female triploid seed that were truly seedless so that I could sell seeds to hashish farmers around the world. And because I wasn't able to do what I wanted, I just stopped the program and went on to something else, like as you were saying, single cannabinoid varieties, which we were incredibly successful at.
I got another question, Sam. The little white seeds that you're talking about, a diploid variety that produces that in a pollen-free environment. What do you think that's? How do you think that works?
Well, either it's not a truly pollen-free environment, or there's intersex plants in with the crop, even if it's just a couple of flowers, or there are a few varieties which they call what is it? Parengenital. I forget the technical term, but they claim that flowers can produce seeds without pollen. I've never seen it, but maybe it does exist.
I've never seen a mature seed, just the like a little tiny white. I wouldn't call it an embryo, but like an unformed or another question. Have you seen varieties that produce like in a seedless environment? I've found this with a lot of landrace varieties. They produce these little tiny black specks down at the bottom of the bract. And it's kind of like a large embryo too, but it doesn't turn into like a white unformed seed. It just is like a little tiny little black speck that some varieties produce a lot of if you really, break it down and look through it.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah.
I've seen ones too where there's like the calyx doesn't open, so the pestil's still trapped inside, and it almost looks like a cobra lily, like the pitcher plants from NorCal, like the way that the leaves deform around it. Have you seen that? I've seen that once or twice too, as far as a seedless, unpollinatable variety.
I'm not. It's kind of hard to imagine.
I need to see photographs to see if I've seen it. I have some books that were written in India in like 1893 or somewhere in there by Major Prane, and it's called Abnormal Tetralogy of Cannabis, and they show every sexual mutation I've ever seen in my entire life, and a few that I haven't seen. It's a very interesting book. People have been making simsamia for hundreds of years in places like India and in Thailand.
Did you guys see that? I believe it was a news article about that. I think it was the Chinese tomb where they found cannabis that was like 5,000 years old, and they kind of assumed based on their testing of the material in it and the fact that it had no seeds in the little the little bowl that they had it in the tomb. They kind of assumed that.
Well, they also
they knew what was up with drug cannabis.
They tested the DNA, and they found it had much more of the THC synthase than any other cannabinoid synthase. So that's why they presumed it was drug variety. And right. Yeah, they were probably right. The oldest seeds I have in my possession are 2,700 years old from the Pizarric tomb, which is the same people, but just in a different part in the Pamirs. And it's 2,700 years old. And they were given to me by the Hermitage Museum, who has the all of the things found at the Pizarric tomb by I can't remember the name of the archaeologist now, but they gave me 8 of the seeds that were found in a little leather pouch in the grave. And I've also got a bunch of other seeds that have come from like redding ponds that are 1,000 years old or 1,200 years old or 500 years old from all different places in Europe. And I've grown them all. No, I'm joking that none of them would grow.
You don't think there's any way with a tissue culture lab to extract something that could grow?
No, these things are dried out to their core.
And how what do you think would be the maximum amount of time you could pull a live, let's call it germplasm, from an old seed? How old do you think
If it
that seed?
was frozen while it was still viable, uh, probably for a very long time. But unless it's been frozen that entire straight time, uh, I have no idea. But I mean, yeah, I honestly don't know. I know I have seeds which are 70 years old. I mean, excuse me, 30, been frozen for 30 years, and they're still totally viable. And I have pollen, which I've had frozen for 30, 34 years, and it's still totally viable.
Does the seed oil just dry up and therefore the seed dies? What causes that necrosis?
Well, if it's not frozen, yeah, in effect, what it does is it just sooner or later it gets bone dry, and the DNA is probably destroyed. Whereas if it's frozen, yeah, they can last. I don't know how much longer than 35 years because I don't have the
So
experience.
maybe there's seeds in a pouch on a dude right now who's like frozen with his woolly mammoth under the ice, and it's like the OG landrace cultivar that we're gonna get back. It would be pretty cool to see a cannabis plant from like 1 or 2 or 3,000 years ago.
I honestly don't care how old it is, except for out of curiosity.
Sure.
Uh, what I'm interested in is the terpene content, cannabinoid content, and smokability, organoleptic results.
Well, that's what the age sort of hints at. Sorry, Fletch, 1 second. The age hints
Okay.
that you would have a unique cannabinoid and terpene profile. At least you would have the one that was chosen by someone from thousands of years ago. That would be the only reason I would care about the age would connect right back to what is it? What are the gene synthases that are present and turned on?
Well, that's why Rob and I were working with Phylos. We were trying to study the evolution of cannabis, and we submitted, several hundred land races so that we could get full DNA reads, which we didn't get. And what our hope was that we could say this came from this came from this. So, all the stuff in the new Americas came from Africa or India, and all the stuff in Africa came from India. All the stuff in India came from either China or the Far East or whatever. But we were unable to finish the project because Phylos sort of misled us to get what they wanted.
I have a question, Sam. What percentage of the genetic diversity in drug cannabis that, let's say, existed before prohibition do you think still exists today?
I think it's probably all there, but it's not the same because when you go to a country like Jamaica or you go to a country like Morocco, it's even worse. Uh, there's so much pollen in the air every year that to preserve a landrace in Morocco is all but impossible because it's going to become pollinated by foreign genes which were imported to help the Moroccan farmer. So I would say that's true in most countries that have easy access by tourists. Uh, for example, in Thailand, they're growing fat leaf indicas. In even in Afghanistan, people have taken a few Colombians and things like that. So yeah, whether or not they're in their same form with the same gene frequency, I have my doubts. But yeah, they're probably still there. It's just the gene pool is scrambled in most of the original landrace countries nowadays.
Now, if you do you think that if you saw sample flower that's of let's say modern cannabis varieties that have unique terpene expressions, do you feel like you'd be able to identify kind of what land races may attribute? You may be able to attribute some of these.
No, we never truly got enough information from that. I mean, you can tell wide leaf from narrow leaf varieties because they do have a different basic terpene profile. But nowadays, I'd say the vast majority of cannabis grown in the West is, in fact, multi-poly hybrids. And yeah, how the hell can you tell what's what?
Only if there was maybe a unique expression that was familiar to the, let's say it's a Colombian hybrid today, and then someone goes through the seed lots, finds something that's Colombian dominant, but doesn't know that it's Colombian. And then, someone that maybe has experience like yourself with the varieties 40 years ago or 50 years ago, maybe able to identify some sort of, because just in my experience breeding, I'm able to tell, parents, the progeny
for example, the most common terpene in cannabis is myrcene, which is found in one hell of a lot of the cannabis varieties worldwide.
Understood.
And as a precursor to other terpenes. And Fletch, maybe where the secret is at the next level of detail, like with these volatile sulfur compounds, might be maybe just at the right level of detail where you can see that differentiation, not necessarily just terpene profiles.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, I just mean the. Go ahead. Sorry.
One thing I always wonder about the thiols and other compounds which are volatile, and we never tested, because we tested terpenes and we found ones which not only modulated cannabis, but a handful that potentiated cannabis. With thiols, we don't know if they modulate or if they potentiate. I'm sure the facts will come out shortly, but nobody really knows this yet.
Well, I know this much. They make my eyebrows go up, and that's a red flag right there, dude.
I think, Mark, I think what'll be important when that research is done is to do it with really fresh cannabis. Because, one thing that I think we all can agree today is that one thing that was different with the traditional market when there was a lack of supply in the market was that everybody got fresh cannabis. The product, as soon as it got trimmed up, it went into a bag and got distributed, and everybody was smoking weed that was under 5 days old, typically from getting out of the dry room. And nowadays you'd be lucky to get anything on most shelves that's under a month old. You'd be lucky to get something that's actually fresh. And I think there's a huge difference between the terpene profile of something that's very fresh and the terpene profile of something that's a month old.
Thiols are extremely volatile, and,
right?
I mean, really extremely volatile. Volatile. Yeah, that could certainly be true, but one thing that we're sure of is that some terpenes have the ability to modulate and some terpenes have the ability to potentiate. And yeah, that was my focus at the time. I kind of knew there was thiols, but I had no way to test for them, and we weren't searching them at all.
Well, now that we're in the terpene realm and thiols, I think what a lot of people agree is that the skunk, the real roadkill skunk odor, is probably one of the most potentiating terpene profiles out there. Most people that like ChemDog, diesels.
I wouldn't agree with that because, okay, I bred the original skunk #1. It definitely did have thiols, and it was very, very skunky smelling. It would permeate a Ziploc in your bag and permeate the entire room. But I bred varieties that away from the skunky smell, because I found the sweeter ones of skunk #1 were in fact a higher high and a more clear high. And I preferred it. So that's why I did what I did. And the, the, maybe the thiol ones were maybe a tiny bit stronger or more couch lock, but they weren't significantly stronger. And the sweeter ones, I preferred the high. Uh, Absolutely. I mean, but then I don't like couch lock, narcotic, physical weed. I like clear up, speedy uh, weed that you can smoke all day and do your work.
I think that's why people do like the the skunky stuff, and it may also be like a traditional association with high quality cannabis in America that also um, uh,
Grateful Dead
people
concerts,
have a
man. I'm
bias
telling you.
towards that.
You go to a Grateful Dead concert in the late 70s or early 80s, and you smelt weed like you had never smelt before. And I'm telling you, it's because that concert phenomena of deadheads crossing the country from NorCal and Oregon brought dank weed out to us East Coast kids. And that's what I
Yes,
said. I want to smoke weed that I smell at the Grateful Dead concert.
I bred skunk in the mid 70s, and it quickly got distributed worldwide. Uh, and we weren't able to advertise seeds legally at that time, so it was just like weed itself. I would sell the seeds to friends who would sell them to friends who would sell them to friends. But it's a small world out there.
Dude, now that we've heard the Static Tek origin story, what about the how I bred skunk number one origin story?
Well, I think it's been in print many times, but I basically had a an Afghan, which I hit times a Colombian, and I was doing this with many Afghan times sativa hybrids. What I was trying to do was at the time, my company, Sacred Seeds, which we were selling seeds, I really wanted to sell seeds which were open pollinated. So I didn't want to sell people varieties where they would have to come back to me and get seeds every year. I wanted seeds which they could just make the seeds themselves with the seeds I sold them. I was thinking I was selling them to individuals and not other seed companies because there were no other seed companies then. I was it. But what I found out was that skunk number one, okay, so what I bred was Afghan times Colombian. And then I found that very late maturing. So I hit it times an early Acapulco Gold. And that speeded it up quite a bit. And when I bred it to itself and I grew the F2 seeds, what I found was that it was still basically exactly the same. In other words, instead of segregating into red, white, and pink, it stayed pink. If you can get my analogy, and so that's what I wanted because I didn't want people to have to come and buy my seeds every year. What I was trying to do was free people from criminal violent cartels so that they could make their own cannabis whenever they wanted to from their own seeds.
That's awesome.
Now, Sam, did your original skunk before you bred out the like skunk number one? Did it smell? Did your roadkill skunk pheno from your skunk number one seeds? Did it smell like roadkill up close, or did it have a more complex nose when you got up close to it?
No, when you got up close or anywhere in the room, it smelled like a dead skunk. It
And now, do you think people
every
will be able
single
to
plant,
recreate that?
every single plant. But what I did was I found the ones that were the least roadkill skunky, and through 10 years of breeding those lines, uh, I was able to achieve plants that really didn't smell skunky anymore. They were much sweeter, and I preferred the high much better.
And that resultant skunk number one is the skunk number one that has basically been used everywhere in Amsterdam. Is that correct?
Probably when I did the first 10 years of breeding with skunk number one, I did it in California. Then I moved to the Netherlands and I did a pheno hunt with 20,000 seeds of skunk number one, and I picked out the 10 best girls and the 10 best boys with help from my colleagues. And we then the next year crossed those 10 boys times those 10 girls. So we had another 100 population, 100 varieties that we were testing. And we grew 200 of each of those. And we found out exactly which ones, which male and which female were the best for any particular goal that we were looking for, which was, the biggest buds, the easiest to clone, the the highest high, the strongest, the most resin, et cetera, et cetera.
And what year was it that you did that initial 10 and 10 selection?
88.
Got it. So that would probably line up with the majority of Amsterdam. The source being of their skunk number one is likely from those seeds.
Yeah, I
more
probably
so than
sold
earlier batches.
I sold a few that were skunky, but I'd say 99% of what I sold was a sweeter version of skunk.
Do you have any of the open pollinated? Sorry to cut off, but do you have any of the open pollinated versions hiding away?
What's that now?
Do you have any of the open pollinated seeds somewhere?
The open pollinated ones, but mine were produced from clones here in Amsterdam.
No, you were saying that when you started the project, it was an open.
Oh yeah, but that was in California. Yes.
Yeah.
Most
do you have any of those?
Up in the 20,000 seed grow that I did.
Gotcha.
For 2 years in a row. Well, the first year I put in almost every different kind of skunk seed I ever had because I was trying to find the very best ones that I liked the most. And then after I did that, a few years later, I transformed the males that were my favorite, especially my 3 favorite males of skunk number one, and I transformed them to female. So it's not using SDS, it's using epipome, or I forget the exact word. And it's an ethylene-based compound. And what that does is it transforms it to a female. So you can then either organoleptically or with gas chromatography or with FID, you can see exactly what terpenes are available and what the cannabinoid profiles are. And that lets you know really easily what your male has been donating. And I was surprised. My favorite male was so freaking sweet. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, because one thing I've noticed, in getting seeds from Amsterdam in the, early 2000s, 2001, 2002, 2003, the, most everything was skunk number one hybrids. And I got lots of really good dry sift and washing strains, but there was not anything that had the skunk number one that everybody was using, at least there definitely wasn't skunk. And then, skunky clone only varieties that we have in America, I've never really seen probably the real skunk clone, whether it existed from seeds that came from you back in the 80s prior to your breeding event or were otherwise created in America. But I think there's a lot of people still looking for that in America, and I just don't think it's still out there, and I don't think the material to make it is even necessarily out there because, like you said, there's too many polyhybrids.
I think in a lot of people, it's a case of not that it's better, it's they can't get it, so they want it with roadkill skunk.
That's right. Yeah.
But I can't speak for everybody because there are lots of people who like couch lock type weed. And skunk number one, when I first bred it, it was much more couch lock. But that's not my goal. Uh, uh, I shared what I liked with the world, and I bred for what I liked.
I like skunky varieties, but I like them when the bag of it stinks up the whole car and everything. But when you get up close, it has a much more complex aroma. I just call that dank. I don't really call it skunk because I think skunk is associated with a specific smell.
You got to remember that in the mid 70s, people were growing skunk in Santa Cruz, California, and their neighbors were reporting it because if they had a little tiny few plants in the backyard, you could smell it for, a couple blocks away. And that caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. So the sweeter ones, it was much easier to grow and get away with it than the really dynamite skunky ones because they were so fucking stinky.
It was pot to get you busted. I saw skunk in the 80s, but what I really saw was when it came back to me, and that would have been like late 90s, early 2000s, was the Rene. And the Rene was just also like what Fletch just said. It was just dank. And I wish we had Nick on here to talk about thiols because he's done such great work with them. To me, that's what that was. More so than a particular whatever N-butane thiol one. I think there's 3 that make up the smell of a skunk's liquid in the pouch there. And then 1 or 2 of them have been present in cannabis. Nick's spoken about this previously. I was just texting him. He's had a crazy month. He's going to come talk thiols with us. Him and Dr. Mark can go down the rabbit hole deep in October. But yeah, that just, that. And when I talk dank, like I remember a little tiny, I can't even count how many stories of my friends getting literally arrested. My one buddy, Lincoln, on his bicycle, riding downtown past a cop car. They smelt it, turned around, caught him, opened his bag, got him with like a QP. Other friends getting kicked out of hotels, getting busted at roadblocks. It was literally nightmare weed. This thing that you loved so much because it was so rank and dank also just happened to be the thing that during Prohibition was really not a good vibe at all. It was really like a giant neon arrow that you just had above your head everywhere you went. And
the original haze was also like that.
It was.
A lot of the original hazes, if you had them in a single Ziploc in your pocket, like a Z or a quarter of a Z or a half a Z. It was like a loudspeaker going, "I've got great cannabis."
So this is a catalog from '94, and I collect a lot of this stuff, and I do this because of the actual copy here, and the Hindu Kush is like really familiar. Like we can all agree, like we've seen this plant before, in many different outcrosses. And
that's my Hindu Kush.
Awesome. So, but when I come over to the Shiva skunk, it starts to get really familiar as well. And then the language in here says really clearly, works superbly indoors as well as in greenhouse. Taste and high are similar to Skunk 1, a rich, sweet, pungy, but with more resin and better yield. So that's 94, right? So sweet is being described Skunk 1. They're describing Skunk 1 as sweet in 94. Now, if you look at this,
it really was that way after about 1988 or 1990 at the latest. All the seeds I was selling were the sweet version. I quit selling and quit making skunky skunk number 1.
So, however, the Sensi skunk here is directly talks about how it's pungent and has more of a skunky and donkey dick bugs. So
that's also taken from my skunk number 1 description. So
so
whatever.
There's Skunk 1 here. There's Shiva or Skunk Kush, right here, a hybrid between the best Hindu Kush and the famous Skunk
That
number.
was my hybrid.
Okay. And then we have Silver Pearl, who won High Times 94 Cannabis Cup.
That was Robert Clark's.
So this is Rob's Cross. Okay. So yeah, because on the front it has Northern Lights 5 Haze as mostly sativa winner, in Hawaiian Indica as the Indica winner, and the Silver Pearl Indica Sativa category. But I like these descriptions, and even if you wrote them, Sam, to me it's helpful, because we just have so much mystery behind a lot of the stuff we grow, and looking backwards is helpful for me. I don't know if you're familiar with these catalogs, Sam. Maybe you know something more about them than I do. I've been collecting them for a few years now, finding them online, and they're moon
Hold it up
calendar.
again, Collin.
Yeah, so it's a moon calendar.
Yep, Sinsemilla Cultivator's calendar.
My cultivators. This is an 82. I've got a 1979 one right here, which I think is one of the cooler ones out of them. Just has a lot of just amazing, makes you feel good
A
shots.
simpler time.
Yeah. Bringing you back. If I could just go back.
I'm just blown away at how close the Skunk #1, Amsterdam, like Static Tek, like it all just came to fruition. Like, imagine all of that unfolding for Sam in like this short period of time. Like that's unbelievable, dude. I gotta thank you for sharing those stories today. I know some of them
used
have
to
been said
stink up my
before.
house pretty bad when I would have
Used
the
to?
sweeter version of Skunk #1, and I would, grind up a few 100 grams every day just to make dry sift in my living room. And yeah, it pretty much stunk up the house in a sweet way, but yeah, it wasn't easy to conceal, and I didn't even try since all the people above me were students in where my apartment was, and I I just let it all hang out.
I've got a skunk story for Sam. There's a 1987 skunk one, excuse me, an 87 skunk one that runs around Maine that a friend of mine actually found when he helped clean up a grow house back in the day. And it was into the 90s, but he was like a Habitat for Humanity or something up near Bangor, northern Maine. And he found a nutrient bucket was the story, I guess, and opened it up because it was light. And there was a brown bag with a Ziploc bag. And on the Ziploc, it said 1987 skunk #1. And he's up here with it. It's definitely really raunchy. He's holding on to it super tight.
Yeah,
But
well, that was part of my California work. And like I said, every single plant I grew the first couple of years was skunky until I bred away from it for about 10 years.
cool.
So Sam, what about the Shiba Shanti work? Like, how did the garlic that came out of all of that? Do you have any indication of what line that is?
No, Shiba Shanti was not my work, and I thought it was done by Ben, or his crew. I'm not 100% sure.
Weren't those his
Okay.
daughters? Aren't his daughters named Shiva and Shanti, or is it?
I believe so.
Yeah, he's got twin daughters. I think that's something they did.
Some very garlicky, skunky varietals that we found in that, or phenos, I should say, that line.
I mean, in the beginning, almost everybody wanted to get skunk #1 seeds because they were so consistent in true breeding. And the other advantage was, like Original Haze, almost everything that was good that you combined with it, the progeny came out better than either parent.
It says right, I mean, these are probably your words then. Original and Indica Sativa hybrid Skunk 1 is now one of the most consistently performing true high breeding strains in the world. Skunk 1 produces large buds with very high calyx to leaf ratio, an excellent choice for greenhouse.
Those are absolutely my words.
Nice.
The every skunk #1, which is after the breeding event, everything from Amsterdam, I've always grown always had better dry sift resin than nearly anything else.
Skunk #1 is very good, but there are other varieties that match it. For example,
Lee Stack.
yeah, Sleeve Stack. I was going to say, not only that, but I never got the terpene content of Sleeve Stack, but we would sit here and smoke that stuff all day long. And as long as you smoked it, you got higher and higher each time. And what I would do is at night when I wanted to go to sleep, I would smoke a joint of like Hindu Kush or something like that to knock me out. But I can remember many mornings staying up till 3, 4 o'clock in the mornings smoking Sleeve Stack with Rob, and yeah, it was very nice. Sleeve Stack we got from DNA.
Right. That's
Yeah.
Schramm crossed with what was the other parent? I can't remember what the other parent was. I actually have a jar of a Schramm cross right in front of me.
Nice.
Well,
That
bringing
Lee
it
Stack was incredible. Go ahead, Etienne.
bringing it back to that hydroponics discussion. I mean, pardon me, aeroponics and aquaponics. I know that Potent POnics came on specifically around the aquaponics discussion. And I just kind of had a question because I used to see articles very rarely specific around aquaponics, etc. So you probably sparked some curiosity on here this morning with people watching. So if somebody wanted to get into aquaponics, and then we'll go into aeroponics, but I want to get to the aquaponics. How would one start or get into that? What would you recommend, Potent?
Sure. So the easiest way, especially for someone that's really seasoned in soil, would be to just do the method that I've really come to love called dual root zone planting with pots in a flood and drain bed. So and Dutch was talking about this a little bit earlier, but basically having your 5-gallon or 4-gallon pot with a screen bottom at the bottom so that the water can flow through. Fill up the bottom half with lava rock or some other non-pH media. Lava rock's the best in my opinion because you release silica into the water over time as the acidic water from the fish waste starts to break it down, and it also has a lot of area for microbes to live. And then put a layer of burlap or other root permeable cloth, and then above that put your soil, good living soil on there, because then you can supplement your plants, in the top half of your soil. If you need to, you can dose that with whatever organic or non-organic nutrient that you want to. And then run the fish waste for the bottom half of it. So you're flooding and draining just that bottom half. The other cool thing about it is it works similarly to aeroponics when you do that because you're getting that gas exchange. When the water goes up, it forces that air up through the soil and acts like a diaphragm. So you're getting this super high gas exchange in that soil layer. So your fungi grow really fast, your microbes grow really fast in that soil layer, and you're getting fresh air down into that lower half of the root zone. So you're not having pythium and root rot issues. But microbiodiversity is the key to it, especially incorporating things like liquid IMO or IMOs from Korean natural farming. Really dramatically improves mineralization of fish waste. It's one of the things that I really focused on, especially with people like Chris Trump and Matt Powers and some of the other guys out there that are doing a lot of education on that. I've started incorporating and have been incorporating all those methods. Lactobacillus is great for eliminating E. coli in systems in aquaponics. So if you test hot for E. coli in like a lettuce system, we've had really good luck eliminating that with just lactobacillus alone without having to chlorine sterilize the facility and get it back to undetectable levels and pass those tests that they need to pass for aquaculture testing and things like that. So just maintaining your microbiodiversity in it. And then the other cool thing is that with dual root zone planting, you can immediately adapt to whatever nutrient profile that particular cultivar has, right? So some plants like to feed heavier than others. You can easily adapt that on a per strain basis in a large facility, and not have to, or cultivar basis rather, and not have to worry about, oh, well, this one's not optimal conditions and this one's in optimal conditions, and or even have different types of plants even, in the same facility and not have to worry about it. But yeah, for the home scale, just a flood and drain bed with a pot, screen bottom pot, bottom half of it lava rock, top half of it soil. Just keep the soil in the top part moist but not damp, and you'll do well.
when you started doing this, there was no hemp latent viroid going around, was there?
So I was you'd mentioned that earlier. So I've done a lot of hep latent viroid testing in aquaponic systems, and we've never had, at least in any of the data that I have, anything spread. I have had lettuce chlorosis virus spread from lettuce facilities that had lettuce and cannabis growing, and that absolutely will jump through the water. But we've never, in any of my testing, ever seen
And
HLVD
do
spread
you
aquatically.
test each seed or clone that you're growing in the aquaponics or hydroponics before you put it in the system?
So usually we'll pop the moms and kind of and do a quick pheno hunt with that and in soil usually, and then we'll transfer them to the aquaponics system once we've
So,
narrowed it down to a couple of cuts, and then
so
we
they
test
are
those before we put them in. Yes.
they are tested for hemp latent viroid?
Yep. Yeah. The facility that we're setting up right now
Yeah,
here in
well,
Humboldt
if you test them before you use them, you're not going to spread it. That's for damn sure.
sure. But we've never had any other, even stuff that I took over did consulting for. We have not had any kind of outbreak of any. We've had one or two plants have it, but have the rest of the plants not
Well,
detecting.
it's not only hemp latent viroid or lettuce cirrhosis. I found 27 different viruses that have been found in cannabis, and you need to protect you against all of them.
What does the lettuce cirrhosis look like on the cannabis? Can you give us a description what that infection looks like?
Maybe somebody has a photo that they can
I
supply
can
you.
bring one up. I know, so medicinal genomics has really good assays that are built around the cannabis plant itself, not ported in from other industry. Excuse me. So those that are out there looking for great testing that's accurate, I think Kevin really has a good understanding of the pressure testing that can be done to get high CTs and the false negatives and false positives that can happen. So I think just be careful who you choose because a lot of these people are opportunistic and they're coming from other industry because that industry is not working out for them.
And the other thing is that sometimes you find it only in the roots or the stems or the flowers or the leaves. So you need to do a fairly thorough examination. And a few times I've had people who got negative results and then it popped up later and it was an indoor grow, so it wasn't being spread by insects. It was in there, but not discovered.
We had Kevin on my show last week, and he was talking about how going forward, you really should be doing HLV testing on flowered plants and that in veg. A lot of them are showing false negative. I think he talked about that on Past Church as well, but I really took that away as like, hey, that should be the standard protocol from now on, as far as I'm concerned, for anything that I'm doing, because I didn't know that until he talked about that. So
Yeah, it's also found in dry flower too for like over 6 weeks. So those plants that are going to market can also have it, and then you touch it, you roll a joint with it, you go to your garden, you pass it there too. So they're not trying to like freak everybody out that it's, this is the end of the world.
Dude,
But
labs probably love this shit. This is probably like a
Yeah.
formulated lab creation. This is the Wuhan cannabis.
Yeah, I think it should be said, like, you got to be really, it's why I'm bringing up the CTs. Like, I think Kevin did a really good job of explaining that when we had him on, where I gave him a subset of samples, like over 35 different samples, and we went to the edge of the testing, edge of the earth of testing as far as you could go to push the sensitivity of it. And you just have to be really careful because, as he said on the show, you're going to be throwing plants out that may not be actually sick and they're just testing positive for that moment in their life cycle, based on the testing assay, not based on the actual thyroid that's present. So you have to be really careful, and you just have to be diligent and continue to test, as Sam said, in all the different areas. It's also found in water, your roots, your mediums, surface area. So again, I don't want to freak everybody out because I've definitely been spent a year straight freaked out, to be honest, everybody. Like every day talking to Kevin, be like, all right, man, so what do they say? I could bring up spreadsheets and show you guys like months of work looking at plants and clones and trying to figure out how to eradicate it from the room.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I
You,
brought
you,
one clone in, right? So
you're absolutely correct, Colin. And at first, people thought it was spread by insects from plant to plant or direct touch or tools or whatever. But we all now know that it can be spread by seeds, it can be spread by pollen. I mean, it's a bitch.
yeah, and it's important to understand that not all plants, like well, I had a plant in my collection that just didn't show any signs of it. I mean, all the way through flower, you wouldn't know at all, even if you harvested the plant and used it for whatever processing or whatever you wanted to do with it until you tested it. So that's the other aspect that was really revealing as well. Because I had a
Yeah,
case of it where it was like I sent him a photo and he was like, "Holy crap, I've never seen that before." It was years ago. And I said, Neither have I, but it looks like camouflage.
yeah,
I've never
it's a
seen
lot
this."
like intersex plants. You
Yeah.
know, intersex plants don't always express their intersex. If they're genetically based, which they all are, uh, there seems to be two basic types. One that requires environmental stress of some sort to express the intersex, but there's other varieties which they're intersexed every single time with without any environmental stress. And uh,
Yeah.
ideally, just like HLVD, you want to get rid of them and put them out of the gene pool.
Yeah. So I think I brought this up because I think this is a good just like infographic that shows how it happens and where it can happen and how it can go undetected until it's completely detectable all of a sudden, and you're wondering where it came from. So I think it is important to understand this, and this is a good free resource for everyone to go look on medicinalgenomics.com. And I did leaf hopper studies over a summer that also revealed that they can spread it too. Not no surprise there, but at least we have a controlled study that proves that it does happen. Um, but this is a free page on medicinalgenomics.com, and there's a checklist that you can download. There's some great images here that kind of show a little bit about what it could look like, especially in the root zone. This is very telling. A lot of times you think you have Pythium or Fusarium or some version of that, or maybe the blend, and a lot of times it's a viroid. So
Even before people knew about hemp latent viroid, it had been found in hops maybe a decade before that when Dark Heart found it and published about it. But
yeah,
I was aware of it being in hops, but I was not aware of it being in cannabis until it was tested and revealed.
What year did you write the book, Sam? The hemp and pest
2000.
disease? 2000. Okay.
so for Fletcher, for you, man, I think this was a key takeaway for breeding is like those plants that do show traits that are resistant are very important to our future. And I think that's one call out that I think
I
is
guess the question is, can we force them to get it if they are resistant? Because there's a difference between resistant and truly unable to have the virus grow in a plant.
sure.
Because uh, it's like mildew. Mildew has genes for resistance. It also has genes for susceptibility. For God's sakes, you can't use the susceptibility ones. Resistance, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not willing to sacrifice my garden to find out.
Well, no, I think I think the best way to do it would be like send your samples to Kev and Kevin can do it. And because I mean,
No,
honestly,
I'm saying I won't know resistance if I don't have hop latent throughout my mother plants, right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
how am I going to test resistance if my goal with my garden is to maintain cleanliness?
right. Well, my thought was you send it out, let him infect it,
Oh
and
yeah, sure, right.
yeah, and let him
Yeah.
do the study and then be like, hey,
Well,
look, this one didn't
and
hit.
for a long
Good
time,
idea, Colin.
in a long time, people were using seeds thinking they were safe, but it's
Yeah.
not.
But
Send it to Kev. Let him infect it.
yeah, let him do it. He loves it. I mean, I love that
I
he loves it
know.
because
This is crazy. I don't blame Fletch. I wouldn't
he
fucking
was
bring it to
he
your
was like telling
garden
me
ever.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
throw out those
people
plants.
ask me PM resistance of my varieties or spider mite resistance to the varieties. Like I don't have those pests in my garden.
Yeah.
So they don't even exist. I don't even have to preventively. I don't use sulfur compounds. I don't use any of that because there's no the PM doesn't exist, and we're in a climate that it's not outside and it's not coming in, and we don't bring air in from outside. So it's just one of those things where it's like I'd like to know, but I don't want to find out at my expense.
I don't know.
Sorry to pop in
I don't
before we
know
get too
about.
far off that, Sam. Hey, so I had to ask. You said the PM selecting for resistance or immunity to PM, and I think that kind of a segue into the question I wanted to ask about. The last 15, 20 years or so, but those selections being made indoors, where there's no necessity to select for PM or maybe pest pressure resistance or susceptibility to some of these other things. So we haven't selected for anything but bag appeal and terpene profile, maybe to a lesser extent over the last dispensary era. So is it possible to now take the genetics that we are working with and select or incorporate some of the hop latent resistance into that, or find it in there, or have we selected it completely out and now we're going to have to backtrack 20 years of genetics to start from scratch, for better or worse term?
Without finding the genes that are responsible for resistance, that's the only way you're going to really help the industry.
Yeah.
If they exist.
Yeah, I was gonna say that that's one thing I think the genetic marker, the world of call it geneticists. I think the work that they could contribute. When we had the gentleman on with CRISPR, I was thinking a lot about that, where the best thing I feel like those individuals can do in their contribution to all this is use their force for good in a way that allows us to better understand the path forward to get to these traits, because to your point, we've all spent so much time looking at the surface, what lives there and breathes there, I think, in terms of that, and then how that is marketed, and we talked about that in an episode. So I think there's an inherent need for that, as Sam said, and I feel there's a real opportunity for someone that understands this on that level to really contribute to the work that all of us have been doing, because I think everyone has a limit to the work they do, and then there's others that have to continue that work, and that's what makes teams, right? It's what makes great teams, where different disciplines come together. So
research and development is bloody expensive, and there's little direct profit. I did it because I had a seed company to support the work, because research and development does not, in the immediate here and now, pay for itself.
But isn't that also why you would take GW's money to do that work? Like, it allowed you to do more research and development.
Yes, except for when I met GW, I already had THC only varieties, CBD. Well, there is no true CBD only variety because the CBD synthase produces 25% of the CBD as THC. So, they did pay for a lot of work because I gave them an agreement to license the varieties for single cannabinoids, whether it was CBC, CBG, THCV, CBDV, et cetera, to GW.
Right. Go ahead.
It's really expensive just to grow plants out and look through them, much less all the costs of actual doing, scientific work in terms of in a lab and getting all your tests done. And that's simply why the seed market is what it is today, is no one can really afford to do it. I mean, there's very few people that even grow seeds out.
That is beginning to change. There are people who are trying to do things in the proper way now.
Yeah, I think that's part of why I keep pushing Kev's work so hard. I know a lot of people. I know there's people out there that don't agree with what Kevin and his team are doing, but you have to understand that when you start pushing limits on things, you can't make everybody happy. And it's much like music to me, where you just got to do what's important, and those that respond well are going to come, and they're gonna feel that energy, and they're going to be with that energy.
Well, look at the energy that came at Sam for the years of him doing this work. Oh, he's doing this and he's doing that, and he's with the CIA, and he founded GW Pharmaceutical. He's trying to keep everyone else out of the game. In the meantime, the guy's like the most honest to goodness, like just cannabis lover of anyone I've ever met. He's just like, from the first day I met him, he said, I don't care who profits off of it. I'm fighting for access to every single person who wants to get high. That's what I'm fighting for. And I don't care who profits off of it. But in the meantime, the rumors that get started are literally the most polar opposite sociopathic insanity that you could ever imagine. I feel blessed to be able to have sit around with him and his wife and literally laugh just at how wrong people have gotten it. But it's that exact thing you're talking, Collin. When you start doing this work, everyone's going to have an opinion on it.
You got to remember, Marcus.
Yeah, and
it's the rumors were really started by Neville, and he was angry because he had promised me if I would sell him all my varieties, he would not reproduce them pure himself. He would get them from me. But within a year or two, he broke his promise and did whatever he wanted. And I was bitching about him on the web that he was a crook, he was a liar, he was a thief. And so he fought back. And the way he fought back was to accuse me of being behind Green Merchant and all this other crap, which it would later showed out that it was somebody from Neville's team who was transshipping seeds. So Neville would send them to New Orleans. The guy would Ray Cargo would get them and redistribute them, but everybody refused to believe that it was Ray Cargo. But now what happened was Todd McCormick got the court transcripts, and in it, Ray Cargo lays out exactly what he did.
Holy shit, eh? The birth of the seedy industry. Like literally, like birth of it starts out with this like gnarly fracture. That's pretty crazy, dude.
I think one thing we have to keep in mind, Colin, like with a lot of this stuff, let's say, like I only know one plant in my collection that has PM resistance, and that's the purple indica. But I don't want to put purple indica onto every other plant I got just to get PM resistance. And I think what we're finding is like with a lot of these things that these sophisticated breeding operations could accomplish are only to accomplish things that really benefit the mega farms the most, right? For example, triploid technology, so they don't get pollinated from neighbors, or no PM because these big facilities can't keep their fungus load under dealt with. And what we're finding is like in places like California and Canada, most of those businesses don't exist after legalization because the volume that they're trying to sell is basically getting like their business model isn't working. That's why all these big corporations keep going to states that either have limited license availability or where they can like take advantage of a medical market where they're selling to the government or whatever it is. They keep abandoning every state where they have to compete with the small market.
I'm pretty sure that
you're right.
To get true mildew resistance, you probably have to have a gene in both the mother and the father, because otherwise it's going to have other genes besides just the resistance gene.
Yeah,
But,
you'd have to
it,
breed a
it
line.
can be done.
You'd have to breed a line
here's
from that one plant and hopefully find resistance in two parents.
What role do you feel that microbes have a role in terms of choosing for resistance? Because I know medicinal genomics is doing a bunch of mapping out of all the microbiomes now with a lot of their newer assays, which is super cool. And we're actually working on a cool project that we haven't put out there yet with open cannabis project or copyleft cultivars. Sorry.
Yeah.
But so what I was getting at is when I was growing in Thailand, we were growing in the middle of a rice field, right? And we had about 140 different cultivars. I forget what the exact number was. We had only 2 plants out of all of those pheno hunts, out of all those different types of genetics, had any kind of botrytis or powdery mildew or any kind of issues. 2 plants out of almost 20,000 plants that we grew in that pheno hunt to figure out what was going to go best out there. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we were running good IMO inoculations and stuff like that. So what role do you feel like there's maybe just a couple of different microbes that if you have those, you're going to almost always have that? Because to me, that's how it's always seemed growing outdoors at larger scale, is that if that was addressed, that we didn't have those issues.
As far as I know, the powdery mildew really came from wide leaf cannabis indica varieties. They just don't have any resistance. And if you've got indica blood in the line, the odds are it is powdery mildew susceptible to some degree.
The funniest thing is that plant I was talking about, that purple indica, that's the most resistant indoor and outdoor. It's like a really short, small purple Afghanica type plant. Interestingly enough,
one that's just doesn't have that gene, I guess, right? Where
yeah, I mean, I've seen
susceptible.
gardens. I gave it to buddies, more than a decade ago in California. Which, if you just put plants outside in California, they're going to get it eventually, especially nowadays, especially in Humboldt and Mendo and everywhere like that. And their whole garden, be blockhead and purple Urkel and granddaddy perp and everything else, sour diesel, everything else, including the pumpkins and everything else, all have PM or downy mildew of some sort. And the purple indica didn't get it anywhere on it until the plant had been harvested, and then the bottoms were left, just to keep just the bottom pieces on the stalk.
So it didn't have
those eventually got some on it.
So it didn't have the resistance gene. It probably just did not have the susceptibility gene.
Correct. That's what I was saying, is that it's not completely resistant, but compared to everything else around it, it had absolutely no signs of it until well after harvest.
The original haze, I never saw PM on it, even when I grew it in the middle of 1,000 indicas that 90% of them got PM.
What year do you think you first saw powdery mildew? Because when I started growing indoor, I never saw it until I got a clone from California. And most people in America never saw powdery mildew until they had received clones from somewhere.
As soon as people started growing wide leaf indica varieties from Afghanistan and Pakistan, I started seeing powdery mildew.
In California?
Everywhere.
Okay.
We definitely have it up here.
I've grown outdoor plants in Washington, and of course they never finish harvesting, but they never got PM on them.
Yeah, I think out east, man. I've always tried. Like yourself, Fletch. I didn't really have much problems with any powdery mildew until the mid 2000s to late 2000s for me. It just wasn't an issue. I had botrytis, I had everything else. Maybe that was just my lack of true understanding and knowledge. Sometimes I think back, we're all young know-it-alls, right? But
I never saw it. I grew from seed, and I didn't take in clones. And then the clones that I got, the only pest I ever got initially was thrips. And so, I went for years not even knowing what PM looked like. And then I had a buddy that had bought some clones from Ed Rosenthal's, and they came from through Third Floor, I believe, in Oakland. And he was like, just hold on to these plants for me for like a week. So I put them in my bathroom. And after like 4 or 5 days, I start seeing these little white splotches pop up. And I'm like, what is this? And then that was the first, and it can be eradicated from your garden. People say it's systemic. It's not. It's not systemic. It's systemic because because they have a hard time breaking up the life cycle of the organism, but it doesn't just live in the plant forever or go through the vascular system.
Well, I don't know if it's the same type of PM. I'm sure it's probably not, but I will say that once the end of August hits in the lower mainland here of British Columbia, Vancouver, every maple tree literally turns white with like a powdery mildew, like the whole tree. And you can just drive down the highway and just see these like massive amounts of powdery mildew. I mean, you could probably weigh it by the kilo.
There's thousands of known species of downy and powdery mildews, and they're visually pretty much indistinguishable from each other. And most of them are host specific or have a small family of plants that they
attack.
And then of course there can be ones where it goes from one plant and goes to something new, especially if that type of plant maybe isn't from that area, or it's a new variety of powdery or downy that's been introduced to an area. I mean, I don't think it's been well enough studied to know, but I think those are all possible.
I grew many imported varieties of cannabis from Afghanistan and Pakistan, a few thousand plants each year. And I would say easily 90% of the plants were susceptible to get powdery mildew.
Well, that's what it looks like under a microscope anyway.
So back to someone brought up the rhizosphere and the how Kevin's team is now able to catalog essentially what's there. There's a product called Terra Vera that we have a partner farm of ours in New York that's been using this product, and it's based on that ideology that amino acids and microbes and this blend of microbes can fight infectious things that are aspergillus, botrytis, et cetera, powdery mildew, and it all starts with the rhizosphere. So the immunity boost that they believe it gives is what's allowing this flower to pass for aspergillus, so they can put their flower in the market and not have it remediated. I'm seeing it live and direct through test results work for them. So I do see it work from a regulated point of view. So I think there's something there. I think there's a lot more to be uncovered as to what you're targeting and how, and the biochemistry behind that. But I think that there's something here.
Well, I think, sorry.
That's all I got on it. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because it's been a huge topic, to be honest, over the past 3 months in cultivation for our team is, what's the proper way to approach this?
Well, if you look at some of the outdoor markets like Oklahoma, when they first legalized, there was no limit on acreage, right? You could grow 20, 30 acres of weed when you wanted to. So you had a ton of farmers that were taking these dead cow pastures or cornfields that had, 12 different fungi in all of the soil there and no microbiodiversity, or they've been sprayed with 2D40. So they were just sterilized soils. And you had all these people plant them out with a bunch of indoor cultivars that had no resistance, in their own microbiome. And they had huge outbreaks of septoria and botrytis, but particularly septoria in that area where the people that had good diversity were not having those issues. If you actually had even just normal, fully diverse soil, they were much, much more resistant. So there's definitely a huge microbial component. But, I can think of a couple 100 acres that I saw that just melted to septoria in 2019 that people had just put them in a sterile field and expected it to do well, and it doesn't work like that.
And I just came back from visiting the USDA septoria field of cannabis, and they actually infected it and found 2 varietals, Ursa Alta and Ursa Grande, were resistant, as well as they were resistant to white powdery mildew and what they call hemp powdery mildew. So that was direct from the trials, which I figure the USDA is going to now isolate and figure out what those genes are, and then we'll have some things to add to the biological protections potentially in the future. So they're working on it literally as we speak.
Did you say that?
Bryon, you've been working on selecting towards plants that are resistant to this type of infection.
Yeah.
You want to talk about
I've been working on like resistance breeding here, just small batch on the farm for my own use of the seeds. So I've been kind of breeding over 20 years, but in the last about a decade, especially 7 to 8 years back to Maine now from out in Northern California, I've been actually, working with some lines brought back from there into here and seeing some success. But I've been seeing really, like I said, a 5 to 10% resistance factor. I have, a type or two, one type in particular that just seems to be, I wouldn't say spotless, but pretty close to it. And it can be right next to, I'm actually working with different zones of the yard. I had mentioned that on the farm to see if it's just carrying over there or, how it's working. So I've been tracking the Septoria in particular for about four years now. And I see results. Like I said, I found some new faces this year, have some names of them. The gas mask seems to just be winning in that's a kosher Mac headband. And I don't know that it's like, as far as like its children still fall victim. And I found one back cross one generation. I've done a few back cross generations that actually shows the same resistance back that the mom has. And I found that last year in like a really horrible year. But again, I'm kind of like going small at it, not a scientist, but coming from the field angle of it on the farm here and looking at this as like field testing, field trials, as far as doesn't seem to be going away over the last 4 years, but I'm definitely seeing some, what I would call like fight later on happen for types actually. That seems really promising.
I tried resistance breeding, and let me tell you, that's a bitch. It's tough. And what you really need is not only markers, molecular biology, but you need huge amounts of plants to do it properly.
No doubt. Making an effort on a small scale.
It's good to make an effort. Hey, I got a shout out to Heston and George. They came in a while ago and I didn't even get to introduce them. I think Heston actually might have left. Maybe he's not here anymore. But George Mike is still
it's Michael
here.
Crowitz.
Yeah, Michael, that's right. Sorry, he came in under George earlier. And I guess Heston's gone, so maybe he'll pop back in. But yeah, I work with Heston over at Grandmaster LEDs. He's a good dude. I've traveled to a couple countries with him and had a good time with him. So hopefully he'll pop back in. And yeah, great topics. Quite enjoying it. Some origin stories.
Michael popped in. He had a very interesting thing, since we also talk other plants and other plant medicines. A group that I work with, of course, Veterans Action Council at the national, international level. A few years ago, the United Nations tried to make a plant called Kratom illegal, and we were very integral and stopping them from making another plant illegal. The United States government, however, is now, going that direction. So Michael actually just testified day before yesterday in Congress specifically on this plant medicine. So I don't know if y'all are interested in this conversation, but it's we thought it rather fascinating because we're trying to get poppy, cannabis, and other plants removed because they're plants and they're have
I've never taken that, Etienne, but I know that Buddhist monks were using it in Thailand to help people kick heroin.
Correct. And that's why a lot of veterans are using it's a natural alternative to getting off the medications, and of course, heroin addicts as well. And they find it to be quite successful, and it's a plant. So, Michael, do you care to, expound on your experiences and why Kratom is such a special plant?
Yeah, sure. Great to see you all. I found it fascinating from a cannabis, person's perspective for a couple of reasons. First of all, let me say what Etienne was saying, the government is sort of a too big of an umbrella. In this particular case, NIDA is on the side of Kratom and FDA is against. And I think it's fascinating if you just peel back the onion and you just look at Kratom from a purely cannabis historical perspective. It gives us a chance to sort of look at what would have happened to cannabis if it were introduced now. So it's not, the most pleasant experience for traditional medicines in contemporary, conventional medical spheres, right? It's hard to integrate cannabis as a medicine in routine medical care. I'll tell you as an advocate, if you don't know that, it is hard. And you know the why, because if you go to a dispensary, you've got 112 products. It's a little difficult to have a doctor say, take 2 pills and see me in the morning when that circumstance is underfoot. But having said that, it gives us the ability to look at sort of a test case of what would have happened if cannabis were introduced now. And it had never been outlawed, it had never been, criminalized by treaty and by, the craziness of the 1930s and all the stuff that we all know from Jack Herer's book, right? It would have been really interesting. And I think that's this situation. Kratom, and the last thing I'll say about that in that line is the experience of the Kratom Association leader who said he went to Champ, the big trade show years ago, and there was one little lonely booth selling Kratom products. And now it's like a whole wing of Kratom. I mean, a whole wing of Champ is dedicated to Kratom. So if you don't see that as an emerging thing in cannabis, I don't know how you could not. It's fascinating. Cannabis and Kratom seem to be tied at the hip in some way. And in where the tire meets the road, I guess, is little capsules that have Kratom and CBD in them.
Very cool. Very cool.
There's some documented cases now that are in the literature because Kratom is so widespread of multi-organ failure and secondary metabolites that are generated when your body breaks down Kratom. So I think there's a whole lot more research that needs to be done. I think universally saying that it could be used as a replacement for opiates and wean people off opiates. I mean, certainly opiates can be deadly. There's no question about it. But inserting Kratom in there, especially depending on what dose Kratom you're using, could have toxic side effects. So it's interesting that you say that NIDA is supporting it. I'm not sure that that's an accurate. That's an accurate.
We had a statement from Nora Volkow. She sent a statement. She couldn't be there herself live, but she sent a statement.
What exactly did Nora say?
Well, I can't remember what Nora said. The statement is available, though. You can read it. There was a toxicologist there, and this is really where it gets even more fascinating for me. This is a really high-ranking toxicologist. He had like Harvard ties and stuff. He works in the Columbus, Ohio area, and he basically dispelled a lot of the information that was presented that you just quoted. As being somewhat anecdotal, limited in nature, difficult to reproduce, and overall not matching the science that's emerging.
Well, this is in a peer-reviewed journal called Psychiatric and Research Case Reports. I just read the paper myself. Multi-organ failure of a 38-year-old man. So you're talking about somebody who's 38 years old who's dying from multi-organ failure. So I think you have to be careful what you're saying here.
The reality is that both cannabis and Kratom have some outlier cases that are quite unnerving, and that's where I get back to this guy. So he's talking about emerging cases of cannabis exposure in the Columbus, Ohio region, with numbers of cannabis related hyperemesis and even toxicity. I was rather incredulous, but he defended himself pretty hard. He didn't sound like one of Savet's crazy people. You know what I mean? He was citing a lot of very interesting information that needs to be refuted, to be honest with you. I think they're doing a fairly good job of talking about Kratom, and I would defer to them on the documentation that you're talking about. They went through that line by line. They had 3 scientists there that were not shills, and they were not, low level. They did a fairly good job of talking about this stuff, and I would just defer to them. I certainly am not going to defend Kratom scientifically. I'm a novice, but the thing is that they did, and the issues that he brought up in private when we were talking about cannabis were very alarming. Especially the thing that he said about cannabis emesis, where I told him that, in my experience as an advocate, I've got large hospital systems that say, yeah, every once in a while we get cannabis hyperemesis, but in a small hospital system, it never shows up. And his quick reply to that was, well, they're not trained well enough to recognize it. I don't know that kind of, sort of very spectacle of symptoms are not going to be easily looked up on Google. So I do think the guy needs to be debunked. But nonetheless, I just wanted you guys to hear what was being said out there.
Yeah,
Appreciate it, man.
we understand it's not completely harmless. We understand there needs to be studies, but we also understand it's a plant, and we also know people who have used it to help and save their lives and change their lives. Where it isn't for everyone, as well as this is an emerging understanding due to the opiate epidemic, and indigenous people have been using it around the world, and so we just want to be able to protect that like other plants, because no plant should be made illegal, but understanding and education around it is something we want to bring to the table in that discussion. So I appreciate
that's
Michael
it.
he was in Congress testifying, and Mike, I'll pull up the link and put it in the chat as well as in the chat.
Just to be clear, what I was testifying about the need for Veterans Affairs and all medical professionals to integrate plant-based medicines into their treatment plans. That, especially having the my way or the highway thing, where you got doctors actually drug testing cannabis patients out of their clinic, and then you wind up with the medical cannabis patient having to make a tough choice. Do I take the opiates and set aside the cannabis, or do I set aside the doctor's opiates and wind up on the street and become a statistic from the street opiates? And that's what we're seeing.
It's even worse than that, Michael. Until maybe 10 years ago, if you were a transplant patient in California and they blood tested you and found THC in your system, you could not get a liver transplant. They would not allow it because they say, well, if you had THC in your blood system, you're probably a poly drug abuser.
Dude, they gave one to Phil Lesh. He was like a raging, like he crushed his liver with wine. He destroyed his own liver with alcohol, and he got a liver. But God forbid you have THC in your system.
If you're rich enough, you can find exceptions for yourself. David Crosby is a prime example.
Damn.
I think the other bit with Kratom is that people don't realize, because there's not a lot of good education, is there's many different types of Kratom, and then also, just like cannabis, depending on what part of the plant's life cycle you harvest it, it's going to have radically different levels of those compounds in the leaves. So a lot of this stuff is just being grown basically like old Mexican brickweed, where they're just trying to get the equivalent of it in Kratom, where these guys are just trying to bulk out as much as they can. They don't care about what time of year they're harvesting it. They don't care about what they're spraying it with. They don't care about any of the same stuff that we worry about in cannabis, because it is this very much more gray market that has no testing like cannabis does and stuff like that. So you're seeing a lot of that kind of stuff end up in the market as well.
Does it cause a psychoactive effect? Do you get high from it? Or does it just help you with kicking heroin?
I can at least speak for me, if I take a small amount, it's like a stimulant. If I take a larger amount, it's a pretty strong depressant. It feels kind of like taking like codeine or something like that in larger doses.
So it is psychoactive.
I wouldn't say it's psychoactive, maybe a little bit, but not in a strong way. Not as much as other compounds. Maybe some of the other people here want to speak on their experience.
I just smoke hash.
Hash is nice.
What hash are you smoking?
You know what? I was just hitting the last of that piatella from the Natural Born Smokers from Mark. I have one more little piece, so I think I'm just gonna drop it in the focus here and kind of go from there.
I got my new garlic. It's nice and gassy.
Before I forget that the thought from the topic, I was around, I came up in the 70s, and I probably would have been a cannabis activist in, Jack Herer, early days of Jack's work and others, had I not experienced the emergence and convergence of cannabis with cocaine. And cocaine, was brought in by High Times magazine and other, sort of trendsetters. What do we call them now? Influencers of the day, that actually we're talking about cannabis and cocaine in the same sentence. And these are all, soft drugs. These are, things that we can decriminalize together. And it didn't work out well. And, seeing that Champs, this big trade show, is sort of has this big wing of Kratom, it makes me quite concerned about, cannabis keeping a better eye on Kratom than we did on cocaine. Those are not comparable, other than through my experience that it could adversely affect our cannabis markets if we don't keep an eye on it. So I think that's my last takeaway from that.
Cocaine was around long before High Times. I was brought up in Hollywood, and I can remember cocaine being around in 65.
All these all of these all of these I don't even calendars, I should say. Let me turn this off. They all have in the mix of these cannabis photos, all coke photos of coke. When I first looked at these, I was like, oh wow, they got some cool THCA here. And then
cocaine.
You started laughing
trouble
at me
with
like,
hard
dude,
drugs
really?
is if you like the
Where's your
hard
head?
drug, you should never take it. If you don't like it, what the fuck do you want it for?
It's not for me, man. I like hash. I'm good with that. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and cocaine has been around for a very long time, but the emergence of those, sort of cultural camps wasn't for very long at all, and it blew up badly. I mean, that's what took down President Carter's cannabis plans, was a cocaine party.
I read a book by Peter Dale Scott.
And the doctor also prescribing Quaaludes to girls.
There was a book by Peter Dale Scott called Cocaine Politics that absolutely is an unbelievable deep dive into the whole scenario, from trading weapons for cocaine, Oliver North, all of it.
People need to realize Keith Stropp was the head of NORML, and he did coke with the drug czar, and then spun and went right out to the media and was like, oh, I just did coke with the drug czar. That did damage beyond decades, people, just so you know.
There's coke in the White House now.
A conflict between the American government spraying paraquat on Mexican cannabis while they were snorting cocaine.
Well, yeah, that was what Keith Stropp said, that he turned Dr. Bourne out to dry, left him out to dry, was because of the paraquat stuff of the Carter, which, certainly wasn't Dr. Bourne's freaking fault, or really President Carter's, for that matter.
Yeah, and President Carter might have decriminalized back then, but when the Peter Bourne problem came out, that was it.
That's the cautionary tale I was talking about.
Do you think iboga has a better chance of being a plant-based opioid treatment than Kratom? Because I know quite a few people that have had
maybe yes, because
a lot
it
of
also
positive
gives you a
experience.
hard-on.
That's not a bad thing.
The thing about
ibogaine, that one.
Ibogaine is these are all plant-based substances that need to be integrated into care, but that means careful use. The doctor, should be happy with the caution there, And if you go from there and you take a subset of that and you bring it out to wider scale social use, that's the way I think we should do these things, instead of the other way around, which we put it all into social use, see who dies and put that under control. Not exactly my way of doing things.
Lights bolt right after statement. That's the way we do it here on Hash Church.
Well, ibogaine, the iboga plant has been known to help those, especially with the most hardcore cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kratom seems to be more of a supplement, like, cannabis tends to be, a daily, but if you want to deal with some of your deeper psychological issues, we recommend psychedelics like mushrooms, LSD, etc., in the proper setting, in the right mindset. So I think each has its place. Especially for those that are heavily addicted, ibogaine is found to stop and really get at the heart of the issue so that you can start your healing process, right? Whereas kratom seems to be something you would be using daily as cravings, etc.
Since we're on the topic of other plants, have you guys played around with Kana or Kana cannabis synergy, especially for seizure patients? It's fucking awesome. It's an African root herb, but it also works on the CB1 receptor. It's pretty great. I just didn't know if anybody here has played with that
Have
at
you
all.
taken it?
Oh yeah, many times. It's one of my favorite things to mix with cannabis. It'll make your high much stronger from like a lower potency weed, and it also will like reset your sea legs for drinking and smoking. So like if you're not used to it, don't go out and have a beer or two at the bar and smoke a bowl with that, because you will be blasted as the same way you did the first time you drank and smoked together. So I will also pre-warn you on that. But yeah, it's been used for a long time in Southeast Southern Africa, like South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. It's a root bark from a succulent plant. But if you mix it with cannabis, it can work. And I have a sublingual that I make that has Kana and cannabis in it, and it can stop seizures.
What is the active ingredient in it?
Hold on, I'll look it up. It begins with an M. There is a mesobrine M-E. Oh, I'll just pull it up here on Wikipedia. Make it easier to see. But this is the active ingredient in it, but it works amazing as a synergistic plant with cannabis. And I was just curious if any of you guys have played around with it at all.
I've never seen it or used it.
Yeah, definitely one to check out. If you take a large amount, so if you smoke just like a gram or two of it to your head, it will make you feel a bit sped up. Like I will warn you on that. But if you use it like in any kind of small dosage with cannabis,
So
it's not
smokable.
Yeah, it's smokable and edible. So you can also put it in with like put it in your column if you're doing like butane or R134A or CO2 or whatever else. You can put some on top of your column and it'll mix in with all of your, you can extract it with the rest of your flour and get a pretty cool synergistic
it's a
output as well.
phenethylamine, right? It basically it has the molecular structure of a dimethoxy phenethylamine, right? Because there's a 2-carbon bridge between a quaternary nitrogen and a phenyl ring that's got 2 methoxy groups on it. That's a phenethylamine, man. Right? Do you see that?
Yeah.
So it's like PCP?
No, it's like it's like ecstasy. It's like a Shulgin molecule.
Oh, okay.
Phenethylamines I have known and loved.
Yes, it's a phenethylamine. I have to look in PCAL and see if that compound's known. I've never seen this structure until today.
In Zimbabwe and South Africa, it's been used for like thousands of years. Like the Khoisan and stuff use it for seizure suppression. So if someone has seizures, they'll give them the root bark to like suppress the seizures, but it's also like a mild stimulant. So you can like suppress the seizures, but still have like energy, because that's often a problem with seizure patients. But it is one of the cool things I learned when I was over there in Zim.
So the
thing is, I wouldn't expect it to be thermally stable. I would expect if you heated this thing up, it's going to degrade. That's just
I can tell you if you mix it, you'll feel quite different than if you just smoke that bowl the same. So there's definitely something going on.
So potentially what it could be is maybe not the native compound here, but it could be whatever thermally it degrades to, right?
Well, it works both ways. It works in edibles as well, that I can attest to. So
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. It look again. It's a phenethylamine, so it should be active orally. I was just that's interesting though. That I mean, it's not like you could sprinkle ecstasy on your bowl, right? Or any of those phenethylamines on your bowl. But it's a lot of those things are just going to degrade thermally, right? They're just not thermally stable.
Sure.
Cool though, really neat.
The other one that, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard CBD or for CB2 receptor that spilanthes is really good for increasing uptake. Is that I've read like a paper or two on that, and I didn't know if you guys have heard anything about that either. Since you have the right people to ask you. Spilanthes or toothache plant is supposed to increase your CB2 receptor efficiency.
Could you spell that?
I can put that up on the screen again.
Or put it up on the screen, yeah. Shit, I'm
In the
going.
meantime, that rosin looks really good.
Is that a natural sweetener?
I'm not sure if they use it for a sweetener. It's used for like toothache treatment,
Yeah, it makes
in herbal medicine. But this is the genus. I'm not sure which species is the one that you want for, in particular. But
well, I'd be interested in what's the alkaloid that's in there. So, is there anything known about the active ingredient?
I'm not sure. It's just something that I don't know that anything on the chemistry of it. It's just something that I've come across.
Hey, ask a chemist a chemistry question. You're going to get a chemistry answer.
You waiting for those cyanescens to pop up, Marcus?
Oh my God, dude. Am I ever waiting for those cyanescens to pop up?
Mark, it's an SRI, it's considered, I guess. So, I mean,
okay.
There was another.
It's behaves as a weak inhibitor of the enzyme PD4 inhibitor. Yeah, so it's a PD4 inhibitor.
Okay.
A mouth numbing agent type of plant.
I mean, I guess it could be considered that, but we don't know how many milligrams of it. I guess it's saying down here as I read further, no adverse results were noted for a commercial extract up to 5,000 milligrams daily in rats. So rat studies of the Kana extract finding analgesic and
analgesic,
thank you, antidepressant potential.
And it looked aesthetic. It looks like that's interesting.
You can chew the leaves and it makes your mouth numb. I know that part.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about it. It's interesting though.
Well, I found this fascinating. I'm sending through a name now. It's 7-hydroxymitogenine 7-OH.
Yeah, that's one of the metabolites in Kratom.
Yeah, so they showed the graphs of Kratom, the actual regular Kratom product, and then they showed the graph of that product, and it's very interesting to me because it looks a lot like some of these novel cannabis inspired synthetics that we're seeing being sold on the market, because it really has almost no relationship with the Kratom plant. Like if you took 1 million pounds of Kratom, you wouldn't get any of that 7-OH. It shows up in such a minor amount on the graph that it's insignificant, and it's all just that one spike basically. Very interesting. Again, the science, I don't want to ape it, but
they're acting on the opioid receptors. It's the same receptors that opiates act on, right? So it's sort of like a replacement. The question is what are the toxic side effects? So that's, I guess.
But
I just want to let you know, Mike, I'm in the same side as you. I mean, I'd like to see more plant medicine, but in order for doctors to feel good about prescribing it, they need to be able to point to double-blind kind of placebo studies, and we need people like Nora Volker and NIDA to say, "Hey, NIH, let's spend some money on this. Let's get this clinical data in front of these doctors." So yeah, rather than prescribing an opiate, or when they have people with opiate use disorder, that they could figure out how to use this plant medicine to be a safer alternative.
But please understand, I sent that through as a problem child. That particular substance that I just sent through was condemned by the Kratom Association. It's being outlawed, and they're trying to outlaw it as a dangerous drug. And again, it seems very interesting to me as a corollary to some of the rather dangerous synthetic, I don't even want to call them cannabinoids, they're cannabis inspired science, in the gas stations.
The Huffman analogs, which like spice, what you're talking about.
Yeah. So those are not phytocannabinoid derivatives at all.
Right,
those
right.
Are just
And that's
heterocyclic molecule dreamed up by a synthetic chemist or by Huffman or whoever.
You're
looking for a new set of keys to park into the cannabinoid receptors that have nothing to do with the plant. But I guess the point is that like when people just start using plants like that, like just anecdotally, I mean, again, like chewing on the leaves gets your mouth feeling numb. Yeah, I guess there's only so much damage you can do, but
I agree with you. I think there's a shitload of damage that can be done. That's why I brought up the example of cocaine with the cannabis back in '78. Kratom has every capability of taking cannabis down.
John Huffman would not take any of the analogs that he discovered and invented.
Shit, dude! No one would take any of those analogs if they.
John Huffman did smoke my skunk #1 hash with me. He thought that was quite interesting, but he wouldn't try his compounds because they hadn't been tested on humans.
What I was going to say about that spice, if anyone is ever feeling like they want to experiment with that, there's a deep rabbit hole you can go down. And I don't know why they all seem to be in jail, but guys in jail hitting spice. And it is like, if that doesn't turn you off and make you terrified of that drug, like it is, I don't know how they do it, like in a cage, like in a small space, like get that fucked up. But those drugs truly scare me. That is some like terror. I thought Salvia was scary, early 2000 when Gypsy Nirvana got a hold of the 20X and the 30X, and he was just like giving bong rips to people out on like, a balcony in Lugano overlooking the lake.
Well, you know who else was doing that? Steve.
Well, yeah, of course I know who else was doing that. That's who I was visiting while I was there, and he was doing it. And I remember him saying to Jorge Cervantes, want to get higher than you've ever been off a bong, but not telling him what was in the bong. And I was there when Jorge hit that and did the...
I told Steve that if he ever dosed me with something like that, that I have a large foot that'll go right up his fucking ass.
Yeah, dude. Well, it's the super uncoolest thing to do, right? It's like the breaching of the 2 psychedelic commandments, which is like, don't keep someone from taking psychedelics and don't give someone psychedelics without their knowledge.
Yeah, I've been on the receiving end of that. Friend handed me a cracker once on a show. Went for a walk in the lot, and 45 minutes later, I was like,
dude, if it's not a grilled cheese or a veggie burrito, it's dosed.
I honestly was like, am I at the point where I've eaten so much acid that I'm just starting to just trip on my, you're at that age where you're just starting to, everything's, a wonder. So, but no, it was just my friend giving me a cracker or crackers with one of them dosed. So,
and do you think salvia is a psychedelic? To me, it's a dispersonalization drug.
Yes, it's not. Yeah. Even when I said that, but it is something that you shouldn't give someone without their knowledge.
Right.
It does fit into that category.
I went to a punk show in Pittsburgh in the early '90s to see Gangrene and Social Distortion, and I saw a friend in my band I hadn't seen. I went, hey, and as I did that, he went doop and put a dab of acid, which was LSD, on my tongue. And by that time, it was like, oh no, oh, now that's being dosed. So it's yeah. But at that point, you're committed because it already had hit my tongue.
Yeah,
so.
The electric Kool-Aid acid test did that to thousands of people. and a lot of them did not know what they were in for because it was in the electric Kool-Aid and it was legal at the time. But yeah, with me, it was no problem. Somebody could do that to me. But some of these other drugs, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole.
So we had a top person in our little normal chapter here at Virginia Tech that was really into salvia. And I can tell you, I looked into it, and it's not a euphoriant, it's a dysphoriant, like Sam was saying. You know, the thing about it is that how do you outlaw something when your entire drug outlawing system is based on abuse potential, based on it being euphoriant, based on, you know, it's just totally, they outlawed salvia based on nothing. And that bothered me. But watching him take that made me not want to ever think about taking it, never suggest it to anyone. If you want to know how to speak like some kind of language from an old Star Trek movie or you know, something like that, that it's really wow.
I watched my heart beat to a fan on the ceiling when a friend handed it to me. My glassblower friend was all pumped, and my other buddy was really into it, left to the left of me. And I guess I looked normal because I asked him after, what did that look like? And he took a rip on it, my friend to the left, and I watched him go to another world, like doing swirls in his seat down a whirlpool with his
classic salvia, the swirls.
Like he was gone, man. I guess I held it down, but I definitely felt like what he looked like, and never went back again to that one.
Yeah, I witnessed too much of it.
The modern
Well,
version of
most
that.
people I know that smoked DMT loved it, but I also met a few people, some of my friends, who took a big hit on it. They knew what was coming, but yeah, they said they saw the face of the devil, and it fucking freaked them out.
That's the modern one. I was at a concert last year and my buddy's girlfriend handed me a vape pen and I thought it was just, you know, rosin or live resin, and hit it and realized it was DMT and was like, just a little fucking warning or something, man. Like, come on, like, I'm down, but like at least tell me that it's not weed when everyone else here is smoking weed.
Just passing DMT pens around. That's where we're at today. We're just at that point now.
Yep.
Gen
Z will be the death of us.
There was a show in Connecticut last year, the band Dark Star Orchestra, and right in front of the band, I guess it wasn't a DMT pen, I think, but they ended up finding out through forensics later that it was laced with fentanyl, and everybody who took a hit of it basically dropped to the floor, and so they stopped the show, and had to like medically evac people away from the floor who were given a pen that was and DMT supposedly laced with fentanyl.
Well, I'm going to echo the words of Mal's Chronic, and that is that shrooms over synthetics for me as well. I prefer the mushroom vibe. And right before we got onto this conversation, Fletch asked me if I was excited about the cyanescence. So I will say I am excited that the cyanescence, again, here in the Pacific Northwest, are just going to pop out any day now. And, you know, a whole variety of them, from the Stunsies to the Semolinciatas, the Liberty Caps, to the Cyanescens, the Wavy Caps, the Azarescens. There's a lot of good ones. And then all sorts of non-psychedelic ones, right? Just like consumables like pine mushrooms and oyster mushrooms and lobster mushrooms and cauliflower mushrooms. There's so many different nice varieties that this is kind of shoulder season used to bum me out waiting for, you know, snowboard season to start. But now I can spend most of my shoulder season just hunting and picking edible and psychedelic mushrooms. So it's pretty, it's a fun thing to get into.
You know, the cheat sheet for mushroom hunting, and I figured this out in Colorado. So you take a digital meat thermometer when you go out into the forest, especially if you're like porcini hunting, chanterelles, morels, and you test, you test the temperature. So when you find your first morel or bolete or whatever, you stick it on the ground 2 or 3 inches down and you get that temperature reading. And your local population will be within a very set range. So for instance, like black morels are usually like 44 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit in the ground. So then you can go to area, you know, and check the temperature right outside the parking lot and be like, nope, we're too early, it's not warm enough, or oh, we're too late. And then you can find that altitude that has all of your, target mushrooms fruiting really quickly that way. I literally doubled or tripled my yields once we started doing that, because we weren't wasting time hiking areas that were going to not be fruitful. We could immediately, scan the area quickly and find out if we're going to waste our time or not.
That's awesome. That's a great
my
trick.
home in Santa Cruz in the mountains, we had a chanterelle patch that when the rains would come, I could easily go up and pick out 10 kilos easy.
Nice. Yeah, I have to admit, like when I go pick mushrooms, like especially in Squamish, they're so prolific. There's so many of them. Like even winter chanterelles, they're really tiny, but when we go, there are thousands of them. Like we can never pick them all. And there's always a bunch of other people walking through the forest with their little mushroom basket. But that's cool, man. I'm gonna start looking into that and checking the temperature out.
Yeah, just look
least
at
in
your
some
satellite
zones.
rain map and then overlay that with the temperature map. I know the US, most states have a temperature map that you can look up online for like
Yeah.
the geological survey or whatever that has a, every few days updated temperature map, and you can find them much more efficiently that way.
It's awesome. Very cool. Almost 3 hours so far. Not sure where the conversation will go, but always
Hey,
happy to
Mark,
talk about these things.
I
Go
had,
ahead,
I
Mark.
had a, I had a Static Tech question. When you guys were talking about that before, I was poking around here on the internet to see if there's anything known about it. And so I guess the question is, and it marries the two topics of holes, right? You're talking about holes and static, and that is that as charged particles go through holes, they can develop static electricity. So it brings up the notion of, well, could there actually be some type of static electricity effect in particles progressing through the holes? But the other thing that brings up is that maybe what you can do is pre-activate your meshes and your screens by, like, I don't know, just putting some kind of like magnetic particles through them or some kind of charged particle. So a charged particle going through a hole will basically be subject to some type of static electricity effect. I don't know if it would help.
I thought that my hand, it's like walking on a wool carpet, will build up static electricity in your body.
Yeah, I noticed
My
that too.
hand charges the resin heads,
The
and
screens and the
that's why they cling to my hand.
But is there some kind of phenomena in the screen itself?
You're creating a charge field with this, like your hand or the paper and the polyester screen, right? And as the resin and the contaminant passes through that charge, it then the resin charges. Like I was just showing, if you look at my screen, look, I just pushed it onto a bigger piece of hash, but just like putting some hash. Yeah, there's someone doing it right there. But if you just put the hash in some parchment paper, and let me press it out a little thinner so it's a little more visible. But just heat or any of that charges the particles. And
do you see the parchment being important in that? Like without the parchment, it doesn't seem to be charged.
Yes, exactly. 100%, because the parchment, I'm assuming the paper, but also it has the coating on it.
Paper is an insulator, right?
Yeah.
So the paper is an insulator.
He was just about to show that. Can you just go back to showing that? And nobody talked just for like 30 seconds when he shows his fresh hash, because we were there.
Me? Oh, yeah, right. Oh, sorry. It loses its charge, but you can see it moves towards my finger.
Yep, that's exactly the video that I just showed. I just showed it with
It's
rosin,
like a balloon to your hair.
So it's like it also
because
works
we
with
have a charge.
It'll work with pretty much anything that's like the plant material doesn't take on the charge, and I'm guessing it's just the THC, I guess, because it's mostly THC that's in the hash at the end of the day. So
Well, it depends on what variety you're growing. But
Well, cannabinoid, should I say?
time,
But for what I'm using, it's mostly THC.
I bought a Van de Graaff generator and put hash on powdered hash on that to see what would happen, and it scattered it completely around.
Yeah, I mean that's all that plasmatic thing that you have, Marcus, is it's just an electrostatic separator, just like they use in the smokestacks of like industrial plants to pull particles out of the air for cleaning the air.
Yep, it's going through that long
so
tube,
different,
and that's where it's getting charged. It gets charged in the long tube. Yep.
And it's passing through the charge field, and then it sticks to the positive plate and
the negative. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. And that's why I was asking Mark.
Sticks to one of them, and the good stuff sticks to the other.
That's exactly.
Would ultrasonic movement work for the resin afterwards to put in like a little ultrasonic cleaner and let it cling to the walls or something with that type of frequency?
Well, I used ultrasonic cleaners with hash also, and I found that I had a Gilson ultrasonic generator, and it with a set of screens in it, and it also created a charged or negative charge, I'm not sure which one, the resin, and the resin would stick to everything inside, all the screens, stacked screens, all of the surfaces inside the glass, because it was imagine a scale that has a glass case around it. The Gilsonic was like that.
Wow.
So Marcus, you were saying like the electrostatic separator, you have to pass it through several times. It's not perfect, right? But it cleans up bulk. The thing the thing you could do with that afterwards that may be faster is like a jet sieve, right? Which is like a little air, you know what I'm talking about, where it spins around in a circle and blows air inside. And that may help break, because I think most of the problem is that you have contaminant that sticks to the resin heads, right? And then it gets brought over with it. And that could help break some of that contaminant off.
Yeah, I played with a jet sieve years ago. It was definitely intense how those things work and how high pitched and loud they can be when you hit the right speed. I just never found anything to work as well as what Sam was doing. That just seemed to be like, if you actually just buckled down and you just did the work, you could do a lot of hash in a fairly short period of time. But it was also dependent on being a great cultivar and a great hash producer and the process working. It just didn't work on all
the lack
resin.
Of humidity in the room, and it also
the heat
when,
of the hand.
When you're doing it with grapes, not with grapes, but with
raisins,
with dried resin. Yeah, exactly. Raisin resin. It works way better.
Yeah, it didn't work for all resin, that's for sure. I haven't used the best resin through my Sambo filtration unit yet, but I have talked to Hash Crew and a few others, Logan, Wolverine Dabs, and they both said the same thing. Like, it works great when you have really great resin and you've cleaned it a little bit and gotten rid of a lot of that chafe, because it just blows around and it attaches itself to everything in the unit. So it's nicer. I mean, I have heard people in Morocco having great success with Sambo filtration, really making nice resin with it, and it being, because they have such an abundance of it and it's such a resin focused place. It seems like that's the place I've heard the most success coming from Sambo Creek filtration. A lot of people still don't know the technology.
It's funny too, because the first time I went to Morocco in '71, they had really only been making hash for less than a decade. They were still keep farmers. And the hash farmers slowly made lots more money because they could supply it to exporters, whereas the keep was not being really exported from Morocco, which is where the money comes from, Europe. And when they were able to export huge quantities of hashish.
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting machine, the Sambo Creek. I heard someone talk to me about how there's another group developing. I mean, everyone's probably developing something similar to it. So time will tell what more comes of it. But I think, you know, farmer's grade hash into ultra refined 99% heads, I think is still the unicorn to chase, right? So
Absolutely. It would really affect all of these water extraction GMP labs, because most of those labs would rather not use water if they didn't have to. You're not really, water has to be controlled very differently in a GMP lab than it does in a normal lab. You can just have an open, drain. That you can't have that in a GMP lab. Like, the drain has to be very specific if you're even allowed to have one. Most likely you're pumping the water to and from tanks that are then being drained from another room. So the idea, it is a unicorn. The idea that you could take like farmer's grade hash and clean it really quick, to make large amounts of, even like Sam was saying, like 70 to 80% heads is going to melt like water. I mean, really, even 50% to 70% heads would probably be
The bigger
perfect for
heads
rosin production.
will melt like water. You're correct.
Yeah.
And it's, yeah, I don't know what to say, because I really, really like dry sift a lot. And to me, that is the holy grail. But I'll be the first one to admit it. When you water sift doing with your bags, you can easily get 3 times as much resin as I can get by dry sifting.
Yeah, that's definitely the part of the unicorn aspect of that, is that water hash is counterintuitive. Or sorry, dry sifting is counterintuitive. The harder you work the screens, you don't have the water as a transfer chamber keeping everything afloat while your heads sink down and purify to 99% pure heads. Instead, you have a screen that the more violent you are, the more contaminant that you'll fill. And a lot of dry sift that I even just back in the day bought in Amsterdam in the 90s, looked at it under a microscope, it was probably between 10 and generously 20% heads. So, the dry sift was very, very contaminated compared to the water hash. And the problem is when you want to make great dry sift like Sam makes, the hard part is efficiently getting off all the heads to be able to clean them, because he knows the harder he works on those heads to get them off, the more cleaning work he's going to have to do. It's completely counterintuitive.
Yeah, unfortunately, the dry sift hash doesn't really resonate that well with the American consumer market of hash. Europe, on the other hand, is a completely different story.
I think it's strictly because of the quality. If you have top-notch 6-star quality, they don't care if it's dry sifted, water sifted, or if it comes from wherever. As long as it's clean and safe, people want it.
I mean, there's so many choices out there today. I mean, I've put full melt dry sift that's from lemon peel on my shelf in Oregon. We do it with the water hash too. We'll put the 6-star water hash and then the rosin, and still the rosin, because people don't like having to clean up after themselves. The dry sift and the bubble hash always are going to leave more.
99%,
it's just things have changed, in terms of consumption habits in America.
If you use really clean dry sift like 99, it's Skunk. It's 83% THC and terpene rich. With water hash, I'd say it must be pretty close to the same thing. Maybe some of the varieties that you water hash, the terpene levels are slightly lowered. But I love really, really potent dry sift that's high in THC and high in terpene.
I agree. Unfortunately, I can't convince other people to love it as much as
it's
do.
bloody expensive to produce when the bulk material is illegal.
Imagine having that on the shelf of the city you live in and not knowing, just being like, just give me some pre-roll joints.
Imagine walking into, like you do at the natural food store, and you buy peanut butter. You make it on the spot, or you buy dried fruit. And that's the way it should be with dry sift. There should be bins full of it, and you just get a scoop out, scoop yourself up a pound and take it away.
I'm grabbing a kilo because I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I've put this on before the shelf, right? Which is Static Tek, super clean, and then it turns into this when you press it out, right?
Oh, I can almost taste that, dude. And that
Now,
hash
that's
looked exactly how it's supposed to look.
With the best static test of dry sift, when you press it into rosin, it barely gets higher in THC.
Oh, this isn't rosin. That's just the hash pressed out on parchment.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just this hash, this dry sift hash pressed on a piece of parchment.
Which proves his point completely, because if you had put that in a screen, it would look exactly the same and you would lose almost nothing.
Yeah, I would never do that. Just that my dry sift. I would never
Thank God.
6-star dry sift and put it in a screen.
Dude, I'm telling you.
What you can do is you can take 70% resin head and squash it, and then you do get a higher THC, higher terpene product.
Sure. But the 6-star, taking the 6-star, and shout out to the Bizarre Brothers again. Every time I say 6-star, I'm going to shout out Josh and Corpy in space. Yeah, pressing 6-star is some next level crazy shit.
Exactly. Marcus, have you ever seen that though?
Hey. Have I what?
You ever seen 7-star?
Well, no. I've never seen 7-star. I know that I can't remember who it was. There was a company that named themselves 7-star, but they were a rosin company, and I thought that was so funny because they didn't understand that the whole star rating was the melt factor of the hash, and once you make oil, there is no star rating for that. It's going to melt every time that you heat it up. It's fucking oil.
I still think we should move on to the gravimetric rating because
it's way better
how melty the shit is. I mean, this is dry sift, and you can see it's just straight,
Fire.
It's clear. So, but unfortunately, the consumers are, vape pens are more popular than ever. So what else can I say? Right.
Skunk number one, when I grew it outdoors, it was always more of a yellow-brown color, no matter how pure it was. When it was grown under lights indoors, it was always whiter. But neither one was more potent than the other. It was just I guess, maybe the ultraviolet light or whatever was altering the color.
Yeah. It seems to me that the trichome heads mature at different rates on outdoor versus indoor. And that may be for a multitude of reasons due to weather or whatever. But I agree that it's definitely different.
That's Sam's skunk, number one resin grown in his greenhouse.
Beautiful.
There was a guy a while back that was doing, or at least advertised doing like kind of like an electrolysis, almost like a reverse electroplating to try and kick the trichome heads off. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that or played with that at all. I only met him like once or twice. I think it was at BizCon, but they were doing like a high pH solution, like an 8.0 pH solution, and then had an electrode attached to the base of the plant. And they just dip it in and then had, a different current running in the water and then some collection plates to try and collect the heads. And so, I didn't know if that was something that you guys thought might be, combining some electrical collection with the water would be something that would be a way to kind of help filter that.
So I can't speak on it.
Yeah, I think there's something to like frequency ranges, with vibration. That definitely makes sense to me in terms of what we're after.
I have a question for Dr. Mark.
Yes, sir. Hey, Fletch, what's going on, man?
Nothing. If you had some like rosin and put it in a centrifuge or even just good hash, what could you do with that?
Are you trying to separate the liquid phase from the solids?
Sure. Yeah. And maybe even separate those even more. I don't know. I'm just throwing the idea out there, someone
Yeah,
someone to play with.
So
Because
if
there's
you
a lot
do-
of I can make some rosin that's like soup. So I'm just
Yeah.
curious, like, how can we separate it without heat
So
theoretically?
is that a fresh frozen run?
Yes. I mean, I can get it from certain strains from dry trim, but like the wheat gets trimmed, it goes straight into the freezer, then it gets washed. Like I can do it with some strains dry.
What kind of yields do you get on that?
Dry in terms of the rosin.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of?
Oh, good. Just like it, just strain dependent, but it's anywhere from 3 to 8, 7 or 8% fresh frozen, depending on how tight you're trimming everything up or your material process.
Yeah. So okay, and are you normally pressing that into rosin, or you? So what you're asking is there another way that you could process it other
I'm
than?
saying what? Yeah. Like the whole goal with cannabis resin is to never hit it with heat, right?
Right. Yeah.
So how could you take
Yeah. So could you
any
possibly
cannabis product and remove
Yeah.
the contaminant from it without increasing,
Right.
without adding heat to it at all?
not without adding a solvent, right? I mean, you
Yeah,
think you'd
without
have
a solvent, but so you're going to need to use heat for the rosin process, probably.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking like you were asking specifically about like using like a centrifuge. So the centrifuge is really good like with BHO it's the bomb, especially if you're just looking to isolate your terp fraction, because when you crash out those diamonds and you basically want to separate out your solid diamonds from the terp fraction. Yeah, for productivity, there's nothing that works quite as good as a centrifuge, because that usually that terp fraction's super thick, right? So if you just try to do a filtration by gravity, just with like a little screen or something, it's just going to take forever. But the centrifuge will speed that up. I don't know if you could do that without not using a solvent, because it seems like you'd have to add a solvent to that to get things to separate. But you're trying to make a solventless diamond? Is that what you're trying to do, or?
No, not necessarily. I think more of my thought process was you have all these people making solventless vape pens, right? And
Right.
most of them are, taking all of the resin and cooking it essentially to be, because you have to. So
Decarb.
if you can take the rosin before it gets cooked, separate out the good terpene fraction, then cook the THC part, then add the stuff back. Now you have uncooked terps.
Yeah, so could you just use pressure alone to kind of juice the terps?
And you get exposure to heat. That's the big problem, because the whole squishing where you squish the terps out, that ruins it, in my opinion. I mean, it ruins it. Like
I agree.
like the THC the solventless diamonds, gross.
I agree.
30 years ago, what we discovered in our lab doing R&D was that we could use an ultrasonic jewelry cleaner with alcohol in it, ethyl alcohol.
Yeah.
And we would run it for less than a minute, and it would make this beautiful honey yellow colored oil if you evaporated the alcohol afterwards. And it was THCA still, and it was amazing. It was like the best honey oil you could imagine. But if you did it for longer, like 5-10 minutes or half an hour or whatever, then it came out a dark green from the chlorophyll being extracted also.
Yeah, that's why they try to do that at lower temperatures, because you want to try to get the cannabinoids you don't need a lot of time. Like if you have cannabis sticky on your hands, you'll notice that you could just squirt it with a little bit of alcohol and immediately dissolves. So the polarity is just, there's no match for the alcohol. It's instantly dissolved. But like you said, Sam, on prolonged extraction, not only do you get, pigments, but you start getting sugars and all kinds of other stuff that you don't want.
Yeah, it'll come out very dark green black.
Yeah.
Well,
but doing it on the hash, I thought what Fletch was asking about is, could you possibly do that with hash? And I guess the whole point is you want to keep it solventless. I mean, adding ethanol to hash just to feel
No, we were just experimenting to see what would happen.
right,
That was
sure.
all. And just like when I first made water hash, and I think we were amongst the very first people in the world to do so after Neville showed it to me a week after he learned it. What we found was that and I'm a bit high here, so I'm spacing out. You'll have to excuse me. Yeah, I forget what my point was. I'm sorry.
I gotta run in like just 2 minutes, but I don't want to leave everybody with this thought is you totally can separate the constituents of once you get it into rosin form and just separate the THCA. The problem you're gonna run in with THCA that in solventless form is gonna bubble a lot when you start heating it up. So
Yeah.
you're gonna want to add some of the impurities back in to make it not get to that point, and there's a balance to do that.
Well, the other problem, of course, is that pure THCA by itself is nowhere near as psychoactive as THCA with terpenes. So, yeah, pure THC is not the holy grail. It's interesting, but it's the holy grail to me is dry sipped with the right terpenes.
Yeah, so to get to that place though, guys, is just like decarb that and then Fletch, there you go, brother.
I
my
never
point was how to separate the terpenes without any additional heat application. That's the real question that I was
I think
asking.
you can do. I don't. I don't. I've left jars out. I have jars now that I've left for months that are just sitting there, and there's a huge terp layer, but some of them have created THCA within inside of it, like little nuggets in there. And I'm just like gonna let it go. We'll just let it go and see what, for the name of experimentation, see what happens.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
just think terps degrade the second you start you expose them to anything above freezing, right? They degrade, change. That's why like jars go sour if you leave them out, right?
Yeah.
It just
they do change, but every time anybody ever smoked marijuana or hashish in the past, that change was going on.
Sure.
Oh, I agree. I just like fresh product. That's my main thing. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
no.
into super dank skunky stuff and fresh.
I like cured
Well,
milk.
I find that when my rosin was fresh frozen rosin and too fresh, and I smoked a lot, it was really harsh on my lungs and my it had too many of the monoterpenes that I like to cure my cannabis thing, get rid of, or at least lower the levels.
I agree that the lemon peel strain that I have is offensive after a while. It's like if you smoke just that, it just becomes like you're harshed out on it in more ways than one.
In California, I used to dry my cannabis for 2 weeks in the dark and then cure it for anywhere from a couple months to even 3 and 4 months for some of the hazes. And when I didn't, I would get laryngitis every year at harvest time, smoking too fresh of extreme terpy stuff.
And the for the that two, what was your curing process between that, month and or 2 months and
For curing, I would put it in a box at low room temperature and basically seal it away for anywhere from 4 weeks to 12 weeks.
like a sealed box or like a wood or cardboard box?
A cardboard box, and it was not sealed. It was just stacked with multiple boxes on top of each other.
Yeah. So kind of the same idea as like kind of what people do in their root cellar.
Yeah, it was like curing, beef or cheese or almost any other product that requires curing. It produced a much smoother, easier to smoke bud. Not, I don't even smoke buds anymore. I haven't for years, but that is what I used to do. And in California, every year I got laryngitis from smoking too fresh. In other words, I only dried it for 2 weeks and then I started trying it. And yeah, it
Sam,
ailed
I
me.
wonder if it's the myrcene.
I don't know if it's myrcene. I think it was one of the monoterpenes that had low higher volatility, because after a few weeks of or a few months of curing, it had no problem. And a friend of mine had a variety he called KGB. It was a Afghan variety. Seeds were from Afghanistan, and when he grew these, and the people would manicure it when it was mature, and he cut the branches off, people would manicure it. If it touched their skin or their face or anything, they'd break out with big red welts. But yet, if you dried it for a couple weeks, and then you cured it for any time at all, you can handle it with no problems at all. So there was something in the volatile terpenes or thiols or something that was causing this. I mean, people would get it on their hands and then they would wipe their eyes and they wouldn't be able to see for a couple of hours.
I've experienced this.
I got to run, everyone. Have a good day. The other thing, centrifuges, but that's a whole topic.
Dude, you're hilarious. You've been saying I gotta run for like
I gotta go.
First it was in one chat, then you were in the other chat. I love your commitment, dude. I love your commitment.
Well, Collin, you know what's good for the runs is cannabis.
No, no, I just gotta I'm gonna go for a hike, and I gotta have some things that I committed to, so I gotta run. I gotta get to that. That's what I mean. So
nice to see you.
Enjoy this beautiful weather we're having.
Yeah, that's what's going down. So we're really lucky.
The first day of fall.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's great. So big love to everybody. Thank you so much for the conversation, man. Fletch, it was awesome to see you. Bryon, everyone. Peace.
Bye, Collin.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey Sam, did you cure your branches on the whole branch, or did you snip?
Normally that's what I would do. I have done it both ways, but normally I would just do it with the whole branches, maybe a few of the shade leaves removed. But then I would, before I smoked the herb, I always manicured it by hand very, very well.
Right on. Thanks.
Hey, Fletch, let me go back to that question you were asking before, because I've done a little more thinking about this. So, like, a lot what's going on, like, even with live resin pens, and this is mostly just due to, prohibition, right? So people will use live resin to basically flavor distillate, right? Because distillate's cheap. It's, basically a commodity. Doesn't have a whole lot of taste, should have zero taste whatsoever. But now they can call that a live resin pen, right? Because they're using basically live resin and the terpenes to basically flavor distillate, to make a distillate pen. Distillate / live resin pen, right? So essentially you could do the same thing with hash, right?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Well, and so you're is it solventless? No, because to make the distillate they probably did some ethanol.
Well, can we just say THCA? That's been your THCA part of your hash that's been stripped of its terps and now cooked down. That's basically distillate as well, right?
Yeah, liquid nails or liquid diamonds. Right?
We can call it liquid nails if you like.
No, I like.
You heard it here first on Hash Church.
Yeah,
I like
that. Liquid diamonds,
hot dog water. These, we started all here.
But isn't it true? I mean, again, like I don't know. Would the purist, if they find out that you're basically cutting your solventless pen with distillate just be turned off by that product because, oh, it's got
Dude, are you
distillate.
kidding me? The most popular pens are like distillate with botanical terps in them.
Yeah.
These are
and
no
you
So
fun.
can
rather than adding
you
botanical
can
terps, we want to add Fletch's hash. And to me, it's like if you're getting the actual profile from the plant, that's the most valuable phytochemicals in cannabis. It's not necessarily the cannabinoids, right? It's the flavor. It's like what humans are really drawn to. And now that you could synthesize THC for a whole lot cheaper than you could extract it and grow it and purify it from cannabis, maybe that's the play. That the play is really how do you turn bulk flavorless vanilla cannabinoid into really strain specific good tasting products, right?
THC, if you make the diamonds by pressing them, in other words, making rosin, it'll settle out better. That's still solventless.
Yeah, but it's unfortunately most strains, once you do all that mechanical process to the resin, it's not going to be like usable in a pen. At the end of the day, like solventless pens is to me more of a novelty than it is like a reproducible product at a reasonable price that people can actually afford. But I was just thinking of, pens are becoming so popular. Everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people make their pens by heating both fractions together. And it just doesn't taste nearly as good as I prefer anything that hasn't been, I call it already been chewed, right? You remember the already been chewed gum, right?
Yeah.
Once you've already added heat, added some other shit to it, I'm over it, right? Like I want it clean, straight off the plant, intact trichome heads, water hash, dry sift. Rosin's cool, but I still think it's a little cooked. Like there's a lot of strains that before the rosin, I love the hash. After the rosin, don't care for it really. It's just certain terpenes terps and thiols get cooked off during the rosin process. And it's like, well, what do you expect? You cooked it up halfway to its combustion point.
Well, you can do low temperature rosin presses where it stays pretty intact.
Yeah. But most of these like terps and stuff that we're talking about have like, they're volatile at room temperature or less than room temperature even.
They're volatile in the fridge.
Like 180 for a minute or 2 minutes. That stuff's cooked, converted. It's not the same. I mean, there's a lot of strains like cookies and stuff that do not make it through the rosin process at all.
Yeah. So your perspective, Fletch, comes from the fact that you have access to all these incredible cultivars. You have access to making really nice hash, and you have the palate that can perceive the subtle nuances that many others would miss. And so that whole sort of connection, makes you a good, a valid speaker on this topic. 99% of people, even if they were sitting next to you, maybe if you did a before and after kind of thing, they might be able to perceive it, but it's way less so. Most people are happy with their floor sweepings and their botanical terps sprayed on with some distillate.
I agree. We're just talking like what the best process. At the end of the day, we're all about quality here, as far as I can tell.
Dude, I'm exactly on par with you.
Yeah, I'm just talking about what kind of processes could we improve to hopefully maybe inspire some people to produce a better quality product for the consumer.
Well,
right?
people growing better weed and making better hash, growing better weed and making hash would be a good start, because I think that most rosin is not 6-star bubble. It's like a mediocre bubble hash that just wouldn't dab on their banger that they had to, listen, the exact same thing happened with BHO. Bubble hash and BHO kind of came out on the market at a very similar time. And in the early days, I would get the odd person would be like, send me a picture and their hash would look just like yours. And they'd be like, did I do it right? And I'm like, oh, dude, you literally have some of the best hash in the world with you now. 99% of other people would write me and say, "Oh, it just came out weird and sandy. It won't stick together. How do I get it to melt like yours?" And then I'd be like, "Oh my God, do I really want to answer this question?" Oh, it's just like a 20-year rabbit hole that you have to go down in order to learn what that is. And so BHO was this alternative where they could just take their subpar bud, blast it, and now they had a golden honey oil for the most part before the connoisseurs of that product came to be, and the subtle nuances of that product of taking a 90 micron bubble hash and blasting that into BHO is going to create a very different quality BHO than some mediocre flowers. And so yeah, that's
Also,
that's
if you
what I'll
have
say about
really
that.
good buds, if you dry sift it, I was lucky to get a 3% yield. With water hash, you can get 10 or even higher in extreme situations.
Dude, if
But
you're on
with
Instagram, they get 40%, man.
and with BHO, they get quite literally 99% of the available THC.
Well, if your sole goal is flavor compounds, why not just use R134A? Because I've never had anything that tasted more flavorful than that for all extractions across the board. I don't know I don't know how many of you here have actually had
But
R134A
everybody
extracted
has
weed.
their own idea what they consider flavorful. There is no single flavor that's the best for everybody, just like there's no variety of cannabis that's the best for everybody. Everybody has unique preferences.
My point was with the refrigerants, you're getting a lot of those alcohol bonded cannabinoids and those lighter terpenes that are just getting obliterated in hydrocarbons, or even with just doing the drying process for bubble hash and stuff. A lot of that stuff's evaporating before it ever actually gets to be smoked, right? So it's the one method, at least that I've seen, that you can get and have some test results for, that you can actually get those types of preservations. But if you don't do it right and you burn it too hot, that gas is pretty toxic if you don't purge it properly. So it's more severe consequences than BHO if you don't purge it. But it definitely, I mean, it makes a cartridge ready oil in an hour
Are you
from
using the
flower.
Pure Five extraction machine?
No, I actually designed my own before they had theirs. I have one that does
Okay.
about 14 pounds at a time. If I want to run them all, I have three columns on my machine, but I designed it all from scratch. We had to go down to Houston to get our columns because I wanted everything to stay pressurized and have a power failure and not have to worry about over pressuring it with if the chiller failed or something like that. So everything is to 6,000 psi or better on the
And are
equipment.
you doing
I've designed it for a while.
are you doing multiple cycles? Like, are you grabbing your terps and then taking out decarbing and then doing another secondary extraction, or are you just doing one
So
extraction?
we're doing everything in one extraction because when we've done 2 or 3 passes, the yield on the second and third passes was so abysmally low that even at playing around with PSIs and temperatures, that it didn't seem like there was much of a point. Definitely getting something, but it didn't seem like there was, you can adjust the some of the factors with some of the variables without getting in too technical with it, but and not pull out quite as much of the heavier the stuff
The
and a lot
heavy
more of the
stuff.
terpenes. But
Yeah.
that's the only thing that we've done as far as experimenting on that. But it took a while to figure out the right PSI and temperature range. We started this back in 2011 or 2012,
Oh,
making
cool.
one of these from scratch, and I've got 3 different prototypes I've built so far. But
And
the big one now,
have you gotten regulatory approval to use that?
yeah, and we actually were using it legally in Oklahoma for a bit, and I'm gonna go through the hoops here in California to try and get it, let them use it out here. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, because
So
in a lot of states, including California, they're trying to phase out 134A because the way that the refrigeration business works is they're constantly, reinventing the refrigerants that are used. And for all automobiles and residential and commercial refrigeration units, yeah, 134A was the refrigerant of choice, but it still has a high global warming potential. And what's out there right now, I don't know if you're familiar with this new one. There's a new one from Honeywell that has zero global warming potential, but it's expensive as hell, and it's an ether. So it's not 134A is just a fluorohydrocarbon, right? This has got an ether in it, so I don't think it would be good for cannabis extraction. But it's crazy. We tried to get the 134A extraction going up here in Vermont, and yeah, it's so new that some people are like, oh my God, they're just scared of it, so they think it's bad right away. But it doesn't require C1D1 room because it's not flammable. And last I checked, nobody's really regulating, refrigerators or air conditioner units. So it's pretty darn safe. And it's really interesting that you said that it gives really good terpene profile. 'Cause I found the same thing. I went and I met with the Pure 5 guys out in California, and I thought the oil was great, but they do 2 passes. They claim that they get a much better terpene pull when they do it under a certain set of conditions, get their terpenes. Then what they do is they take, I think it's like a 5-pound sock or something like that. They just take that material out, they put that into an oven, they decarb the weed, and then they go back and they grab the cannabinoids and then mix the 2 together, I guess.
Yeah, I actually used one of their machines at a facility in Oklahoma, and the thing that I didn't like about their machine is their recovery temperature they have for that is, in my opinion, set way too high. We do our recovery at a much, much lower temperature for solvent recovery, and I think that's why there's a big difference in the flavor between their product and our product. Is just the recovery temperatures being much different in how they go about it, and we're drawing a much heavier vacuum than they do.
Do you do a secondary purge to get things below, certain?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we run everything back down to negative 15 psi before we even open the chamber.
And so the labs down there test for residual 134A?
Yeah, you can test for residual 134. Usually you have to go through a non-cannabis thing, but officially, according to the cannabis regulations, no, there's no residual solvent testing for R134A that I'm aware of, that I've ever seen.
Right, but it's not anything that you want in a dabbable or a vape.
For sure, yeah.
But you don't want any of that stuff in. Well, actually, though, here's the God's honest truth. It actually is approved as a propellant for
inhalers,
meter-dosed inhalers. So when you see somebody using like albuterol inhaler who's an asthmatic, that gas that's pushing that drug into their lungs is 134A. So it has a low toxicity profile. Because I guess you exhale it. You don't. But it falls into that general class of not the forever molecules, but just whenever you put fluorine and carbon together, there's no natural molecules that have that bond in it. So it's kind of like it's part of that forever chemical family, which are these things that don't degrade into the environment, also, like PFAS.
Mark, even if it's safe to inhale, like in a asthma device, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's safe to smoke.
No,
or vape.
So it's toxic above, it's like 680 or 700 degrees Fahrenheit. It breaks down into a toxic compound, but unless you're doing a red hot nail, like, or your friend's just a total dumbass on your dab rig, like, it's not for the average educated cannabis user, it's not going to be in the temperature range that would do it. But you wouldn't want to like drop it and then put it on like a hot nail or something like that.
That's going to make HF, hydrogen fluoride. And for those of you who are familiar with Breaking Bad, that's what he used to dissolve that bathtub in the in that one scene, right? I mean, there's nothing that stuff eats through glass, it eats through metal. The only thing it doesn't eat through is plastic.
It's totally safe for your lungs, though.
No.
The nice thing, it's easy to recover all of it though with the right temperature, the right chillers, and have a tank scale, and you can ensure that you actually recover.
Well, that's one of the things that the regulators asked us about. They're like, how much of this stuff are you recovering? Like, how often do you need to top off the tank? And again, I guess one of the concerns is that here in Vermont, I mean, it's totally legal in New Hampshire, it's totally legal in New York, it's totally legal in Massachusetts, all the states that surround by us. 134A is fine, but here in Vermont, we're going to take a stand and we're going to phase 134A out. Well, check it out. I went down to the Costco, and checked out the refrigerators and freezers there. I took a photo of the serial number and then went home, looked on the internet. Guess what refrigerators are in the refrigerators and freezers here in the Costco in room 134A. So yeah, I think the mission is noble, right? Trying to phase out high global warming potential solvents, but in the world of commerce we live in, this is like throwing bricks in the Grand Canyon.
Well, it's used heavily in perfume production and lubricant oil production, like plant oil lubricant production.
And in the aerospace industry, shit, they have spray guns where they're spraying parts and it's just coming all over the place.
Yep. And unlike CO2, your employee survives if you get a line that blows off, or someone falls into the machine and opens a valve accidentally or something. There's no danger to the people in the room, which is one of the reasons why I think it's safer than a lot, certainly safer than CO2, that's for sure.
I mean, can you purge all the R134A off, and is there mystery oil in it?
So yes, 100%. You actually bring up a great point. So you can actually buy R134A medical grade that they use for like hospitals and different types of stuff.
They use it for meter dose inhalers. Yeah,
exactly. So when we take those big tanks, which is what we use for our source, we have to do 3 purges before we actually get 3 really clean oil. There's like machine oil some other oil out of it, run it
dry. Is that right?
Yeah, we do dry purge it until it's empty. It usually takes about 4 purges. When we get fresh gas before we can get any, and anyone that's worked with BHO on a closed loop is dealt with it far worse than we have. But it does leave behind. We had about 8 to 14 grams of just shit oil in each of the tanks that we used. So it was pretty high, even for medical grade.
That's officially called mystery oil.
Yep.
I mean, that's my official term at this point. I don't know what else to call it. I mean, I know everybody else, have we gotten past that? It's still a mystery to me. I feel like some people feel like it's something of the past, and I still feel like it's still in there.
You know what this reminds me of, Fletch? Remember we used to make fun of that Mr. Extractor dude? Remember that guy with the black gloves? He had like a 3-piece suit, scantily clad women, black gloves. What happened to that guy, Mr. Extractor?
There's been a lot of those.
Yeah, but that guy in particular, he's history. I haven't seen him in a couple of years.
Maybe he blew himself up.
Yeah, maybe he did. At one point, they did do I forget the group, but they did a really thorough analysis of everything that's in there. And a lot of them, Sam, a lot of that stuff is lubricants that are used like when they're doing the couplings of these connectors together, like they're transferring gas from one tank to a truck while there's lubricant.
An article I read also said that there was coatings on the gas tanks.
That's
inside,
right.
And that was being stripped off.
Yeah, well, they degrade after a while, because when even if you just get like a hairline crack, you'll start to get corrosion. And then the coating will start peeling away from the side of the tank. So there's all kinds of shit you can get in there. But I think, again, I want to say there was a group, and I don't know if Michael Backus was involved. I thought he was, but someone out in California basically paid out of their own pocket to do a very thorough analysis of what mystery oil was. And they almost figured it all out. So that was done maybe about 5 or 6 years ago.
My understanding was that it was the lubricant oil for the pumps they use for the compression.
That's right.
Of the tanks.
Yeah. That's a big piece.
I think that's a portion of it. I definitely think that's a portion of it. I mean, there's other things in there for certain.
Melted gaskets and stuff too.
If the government actually regulated that there could be absolutely no adulterants to cannabis at all, right? It could, in terms of like extracts, particularly pens and all that stuff, what percentage or what processes could even be used?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, like we're saying, R134A or or butane, these all have a mystery oil component. It may be minute, but if there was any presence of anything, the government's like, hey, that's not wheat. This is some, processed product, essentially.
It has a
If they
mystery
did
oil,
that,
but you're
how many
purging.
processes would we have left? Just dry sift water hash,
But if you
Well, so
smoke
that
dry sift or water hash at too high of a temperatures, you're creating new mystery compounds out of what you're smoking.
and that
Yeah,
that
but at
mystery
least the
oil is
cannabis plant made it.
it's only present until you distill it the first few times, right? So you just
Right.
run the machine empty, distill it, clean it, and after that you've purged it, and you can distill it as many times as you need to get it out. But
That product won't test at all for any hydrocarbons, like what's in that pen. Then,
No.
if your purging procedures is proper and you're running, everything properly, then you shouldn't have any residuals. Yeah.
How many people do you think in the cannabis industry can run things properly? That's a better question.
15%, 20%.
50%. So it's inevitable. That's what all these processes are inevitable about, that depending on how we've talked about the labs and how that can be manipulative to be either incentivized or decentivized, i.e. giving you accurate numbers and fail rates that are actually accurate to your scenario. Oh, I don't want to go to that lab. But it just seems like the inevitable is that there's a ton of, for a better word, people that are just not following safe protocols or the best that they can. And I guess it's always going to be that way in every industry, probably. I mean, my God, we're talking about things in cannabis extracts. Like, look at some of the stuff in processed foods. It's literally like a complete and total poison. I don't know why anyone would be surprised to think that there's also going to be some poisons. I mean, tobacco, cigarettes have radioactive nucleotides sprayed on them, and alcohol is one of the most dangerous drugs on the planet. It just seems that,
Well, what Potent's talking about, though, is that once you do multiple distillations of store-bought gas, you have clean gas.
Oh, I know what he's talking about.
There's no residual. But
100%.
Mark, so the issue is that like in order to do that in a production facility, where again these cannabis companies are just trying to get the profitability, so they're trying to increase productivity out the door. If you're going to top off your solvent tank, you're going to have to need basically another system just to distill your solvent. So now you're going to have another system in there just for distilling solvent, because when you top off your tank, if you've ever seen just basically a tank from Air Supply or wherever your gas provider and then people are just topping off out of the tank, now you're getting more mystery oil back in the system. So it doesn't make a difference how many times you distill. If you're topping off from your store-bought tank, you're putting mystery oil back into the system. So it really is going to hammer on your productivity if you have to redistill every time you have to top off your tank, right? Because now you're basically doing blank runs to basically remove any mystery oil you just add from topping off your tank, right? So there's
no one's really doing
you can
that.
top
then,
it off
like
with
I said.
tanks of already pre-purged.
Pre-purged, right? But in order to do that, Sam, you're going to have to basically have another system for
okay.
So
purging.
Increase
we
your
actually
pump
have that.
lot.
We have a squat column just for that, for topping off, that we can pressurize for that exact reason.
Yeah.
So, of the 15-20%, how many of them are doing that too? It's like, my point is just that, like, if it's a 90% chance that you're going to get product that's not done properly, why are these processes so ubiquitous?
Well, anyone using hydrocarbons, butane, all that should know that already. Like, you should be doing that with your butane if you're doing butane extraction before you run your flour. Like, this is pretty standard stuff if you're doing any kind of, proper, any kind of GMP
But
type stuff.
what's the incentive? Well, yeah, GMP, but what's the incentive for a rec market for these people to do things properly when the buyers are so eager to buy like floor sweepings with distillate and botanical terps sprayed on them? It's to create like such a margin killer, right? Where you just have these processes that are like, oh, I just need to, have this column for this specific thing. And it just seems like a lot of work for, I mean, I guess, hey, if the sales are happening and people are like, this is way terpier and way tastier than everything and it's catching on and it's But I mean, even like Fletch said, he releases like full melt dry sift onto his market at his store, and people just don't get it. It goes right over their heads. Like I would have bought all of it, dude.
Yeah, but what's the price compared to the water hash or the
Oh, right.
BHO at a similar THC percentage?
When Frenchie came to me with his original hash that's done right, there's just nothing on the market to compare it to, because everything on the market was produced in such a low quality way that the retail cost of what they were asking originally wholesale, it made it curious for the person. But when it's a new product, it was scary. But once people tried it, they were like, oh shit, this is a different product altogether, and understanding. So this is the part where we as the dispensaries have our part to educate the consumer when they come in about the differences on these products. And that's one thing we've always focused on, is
It's the
education, but
same.
few of us do that.
Yeah,
It's the
you're
same
right.
problem, Etienne, with extremely long flowering varieties. The manufacturer has to charge more than for a short flowering variety, and that's the way the cookie crumbles.
But the educated consumer will pay for it if they know it's available, such as when I had like Swazi come through and very rare genetics like that come through. Those that were educated knew what it was and understood the price point because of its exotic nature. But it takes an educated consumer base, such as what I have in Berkeley and in the Bay Area, to do that. That necessarily won't work in Eastern Kentucky. You know what I'm saying?
You can see the big push towards auto varieties because they're so fast.
And yeah, there's even an auto flower cup, I think. Yeah, so there's even competitions for auto flowering cannabis. I know Jeremy Nori, he did the Secret Cup um um documentary, and so he's involved with that auto flowering cup, and I think they're actually looking for judges now. So if you look on
When
social medias.
first autos were made by Neville, and auto hybrids, I tried them. I wouldn't smoke them. They were just garbage. Now I've smoked autos, which are, in fact, pretty damn good, except for that I like growing 5-pound plants.
So they're small yielders, is what you're saying?
Uh, I have not seen an auto that'll give you 5 pounds.
There you go, people. But I have to agree, the quality of autoflower has gotten better over the decades for sure. But because the earlier things that we had heard about them, they did not look sexy compared to other quality genetics.
Sorry, I was just talking to my son there for a second.
Sounds
always
like it's bong hit time. Lull in the conversation. We should probably all just figure of doing
well,
something.
we got 15 minutes left too, and I definitely I always want to hear
Yeah, we're
from
Steve 420K when we need them, right? Bong
right
rip.
bong rip mother lovers. But I'd love to hear
was
from
a-
I'd love to hear from Wade. We haven't even if it's just a hello and a short little blip. I always appreciate hearing from Wade, and if you got anything to share.
Can you guys hear me all right while I'm wearing these headphones?
It's a little bit muffled.
Let me take them off.
Yeah, you sound so much better without them. Sorry, Wade. Give you extra work.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right now?
Way better.
Okay. I'm doing pretty good today. I had maybe the most hellish day since I was diagnosed 4 years ago this past week. For some reason or another, my heart got excited. I was supposed to do a medical procedure that morning, and to put a real blunt point on it, it brought on a panic attack the idea of this procedure, and it persisted through the day. It was pretty miserable. Mostly the issue was rapid heart rate again. Today I'm doing pretty good on that front.
And what caused it, Wade? Was it fear of fear?
I'm sorry, give it to me again.
What was the problem? Was it fear of fear? In other words, a lot of people used to smoke cannabis, and if they got too high, they would white out or they would throw up or whatever. And it was all fear of fear, because if you're not afraid of the cannabis experience, then it didn't happen.
Good question. No, my issue was actually this procedure required me to abstain from cannabis preparations. So I was told that it was a 20 to 25 minute procedure and I needed to fast for 8 hours beforehand. So I did. I didn't take any of I'm a heavy user of edibles and tinctures. So I didn't do any of that. I showed up at this appointment and then learned that I was going to have to sit for a couple of hours. I was already in pain from the trip down and didn't have any of my preps. And then, yeah, they wanted to put me into they're very excited about a new PET scanner. And basically, the procedure involved me being put into a full body length tube for 25 minutes, which in and of itself sounds like no big deal, but I couldn't deal. So I said no. And I came home and I took my preparations and tinctures and whatnot, and things got better. My heart rate was $1.25 when I got home, and within an hour or two got it below 100, but it persisted all day. That was really a fucked situation, I got to say. But today, and what's true is all of my doctors that I'm working with, so far, nobody can really tell me why this is happening. It first cropped up about 6 months ago. I think it's probably related to some of the drugs I was given as part of my chemotherapy treatment. I can't verify that. It's all new to me. A lot what's going on for me, I've said this before. My body is not having a great time these days. My spirit and my heart, that comes and goes. I got to be honest. There are definitely some days, that day, I was like, why am I doing this? Holy fuck, this is, pardon my language, but yeah, it felt pretty unpleasant to say.
I was happy to get a couple of PET scans when I had an X-ray and they said that I was having a hernia in my spine. I had a PET scan a few months later, and they showed that it was a lumbar hernia, and the treatment that they were giving me from the X-ray was incorrect. And so I found the PET scan to be extremely useful in my case.
Yes, I've had a couple of PET scans already. My real issue was I wasn't prepared for what they wanted me to do. I've since talked to my doctors and they said, oh, we're sorry, you can use your cannabis preparations before your next visit, and I will reschedule and I'll go do it. I've done,
Yeah.
I spent an hour and a half in an MRI machine one day. I can do it. I just wasn't ready that day.
I understand completely. And luckily, my doctors didn't care if I was high on cannabis when I got my MRI. So it made it really simple and easy for me.
Yes. Yes, it really brought home to me how important cannabis products are for my quality of life, for how I feel on any given day. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and it's just as important to have it rather than not have it. Yeah, I understand completely.
It's why I love your whole point about everybody should have access to however much they want, whenever they want. I couldn't agree more, Sam. This is a plant that it doesn't do harm. It's such an incredible gift to us human beings. And it's really unreasonable, the fear that's grown around this plant in our lifetimes. And
it's not really the fear of cannabis, it's the fear of change. The good old boys want it the way it was and want it to be that way forever.
Yes.
Well, because they have a vested interest to keep it the way it was forever. Hey, Wade, doesn't this new hemp ban that Governor Newsom put into place really detrimental to patients like yourself and others who basically rely on low THC, high CBD medicine that comes from hemp?
It's a great question. I know Dr. Bonnie Goldstein, for example, was an ardent opponent of that bill because it was going to cut off
it wasn't a bill. It was an executive action, right? I think it failed legislatively in the California Senate, but I think he made it. He calls this hemp thing an emergency, and he's done an emergency executive action by banning all hemp products in the state of California. Right? I think that I might have that wrong, but I think that's the way it is.
To be honest, Mark, I'm not really up to speed on the latest developments there. I believe you're correct. There's a particular focus on inhalable products being banned here in California, the gas station variety, if you will.
Right. I think they wanted to quench that, but I don't think that they knew that by putting this broad sweeping thing out there, that they were going to impact basically the epileptic children who rely on CBD tinctures that have a little bit of THC in it to basically keep them seizure free.
My understanding is that you can still do those under California law, but it has to be through the regulated THC market and the standard dispensary market. So you can still have those products available, but they're not in that unregulated hemp market.
Yeah, so I think where the issue is that like some of those products are like 6,000 milligrams in a dropper bottle. You'll be lucky if you find a 600 milligram product in a dispensary, because that's just not what people buy in dispensaries. People go there to buy weed and buy stuff to get high. You know, your medical patients, really the moms of these epileptic children, are relying on the kind of, Charlotte Figgy kind of products. So, high CBD, low THC. And I just don't think that the medicinal aspects of that are covered by the products in the dispensaries. That said, I don't live in California, so I don't go to California dispensaries, and I really don't know what's out there, but that's just what I understand.
There's limits on milligrams in any one product, and there's also the cost factor, particularly to the families you're speaking of.
Wait a second. Etienne owns a dispensary, right?
Etienne, yes, I do. And I have no problem if they would allow us to have those products in our dispensaries. The problem is that they didn't allow them in the dispensaries. And next thing you know, they, there's just always been a separation between the two. And I wish they would, because people are looking for, diverse levels of THC and CBD products, and currently the consumer is not getting it at the dispensary level. So those products are there. We shouldn't be making them illegal. We should be putting them in places where by law we should be able to sell them, as well as to educate the consumer and filter through the the products via the consumer's feedback. You know what I'm saying? Which is how we deal with a lot of products, right?
I think he was pressured.
Say the product sucks, we don't carry it or purchase it again. If it's good, then that becomes part of the rotation. And if we don't get that feedback from the consumer and the patient, then we don't know otherwise. So that's another reason to keep that constant conversation. A lot of our bud tenders are known by name to our people and vice versa, because that's how well they keep that conversation going. And I encourage other dispensaries to do so too, to constantly engage and inform and receive that feedback from the consumer. It's so vital. Otherwise, what are you doing?
Well, I think there's a lawsuit right now. I can't remember the name of the dispensary, but there's a couple dispensaries in Southern California that have gotten together in a class action lawsuit, Etienne, you might be more familiar with this, that are suing hemp producers that are out of California that are sending products into California because, again, their market share is eroding. They want people not to go to the gas station for an $8 pen. They want people to go to Etienne's store, right? But the bottom line is that it's a financial stake that is the reason why they're arguing it. But I don't think that they realize that this is impacting patients like Wade and patients who were relying on not synthetic THCP and HHC and all this other crap. All they wanted was full spectrum CBD extracts that have been basically shown, to basically keep these kids seizure free. And so the article that was in SF Gate on last Thursday that I covered on High at 9 News on Friday was basically said that people in California are panic buying. So they're going out there and buying all kinds of stuff. Sometimes, again, maybe from not the right sources. But I mean, I think it's difficult because those folks believe that, again, if you look at the hemp or just the farm bill, it says below this level of THC is legal hemp. But if you put it in a bottle and try to sell it in California today, you can't do it. So I think where Gavin stepped in the wrong way was, I get it. He wanted to basically take synthetic THC out of the market, right? But in doing that, by doing this very broad sweeping thing, he's basically affected all these patients that rely on hemp derived stuff that is legal federally, but now illegal in California. I don't get that.
Go ahead, Etienne.
It's just always been a constant challenge. I never understood that if it's THC, then we're the THC sellers. So therefore, have it come through us, and then to not go there has unfortunately led to, because it would have been a boost to us dispensaries, as well as it would have been to, patients and access to, potentially nudge those regular providers into, other, product lines, or most importantly, different ratios, right? Because that's what we learn. Everybody's ratios are different. And everybody's trying to figure out what that is. And it's very hard when all you have available is 1-to-1, 20-to-1, and a couple of, in between. Humans are so subjective, along with cannabis, that they need all types so that people can find their where do they slot in, right? Of all these varietals, which are the ones that are the all-stars for them, right?
Right.
There's a
The
lot of
easiest way to do that would probably be to have extracts of single cannabinoid varieties that patients could blend and test themselves to see what it is, the ratio they want.
Wade has his hand up, so I go to Wade next.
Thank you, Marcus. And Sam, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm fortunate enough, our local dispensary, I have to say I encouraged them to do so. And Etienne has a similar program. We call it the Compassion Program. And basically, if you have a recommendation from your physician that suggests you might benefit from the use of cannabis, depending on what your condition is, you can get different products from our local dispensary at no cost. They give them to me for free. And I'm very fortunate that way. I'm well enough known at the local dispensary that they comb the shelves for whatever I might want or need. And if somehow it finds its way into the Compassion Program. So I'm very blessed that way. But you've called out a real issue here. What's problematic is that we've tried to make products from hemp somehow different than products from cannabis. And we all know they're the same plant. And ideally, here in California and across the cannabis space, we would normalize those two differences and recognize that they're the same. And from a consumer's point of view, all the hemp products should go through the same kind of testing that cannabis products do. And ideally, cannabis products might more accurately reflect the diversity that's available in the hemp products realm. And really, it's all just a nightmare based on prohibition and the residuals of prohibition. And I know last week we got into Wade's history, and I talked about being a Boy Scout and smoking cannabis. And I know we're about to close here, so I wanted to share a little piece of history from my life. Back in 1971, Wade was, what was my title? I was the chair of a steering committee for the National Explorer Post President's Congress. Long story short, this happened. I don't know if you can see the two characters in this picture, but that's Tricky Dick and Wade Laughter in the Oval Office.
What?
Each other's ties.
Holy shit,
Holy
dude.
wow.
That is a fucking trip, dude.
That's amazing.
Wow.
He would shake hands with anybody. Remember his photo op?
Through that.
I like it though. That's still pretty cool, man. That's wild. Never would have. You blow minds every week, dude. I'm telling you, from the Boy Scout origin puff story to the like shaking hands with Tricky Dick. That is, I'm definitely happy to end it on that note. That was hilarious and awesome. And I appreciate you, Wade, as always. I appreciate everyone who came in. Lawrence, thanks for coming in. We'll have to get you with your grower on here one of these days so we can talk more about the aeroponic system and Arize. And I'm sure they'll be able to find you. I'll put your contact information, your Instagram or whatever up on the description of this episode. And then thanks Skunkman Sam for some awesome origin stories again today about just different things. That's I really enjoy those quite a bit, and it's good to get them out. They might be here or there, but it's nice to just hear them and have them here at Hash Church, which I hope you think of as your online home. Always a pleasure to have Fletch come out from Archive Seeds. He's always getting us thinking about different things. I like the way his mind works. He's, the guy that brought us really brought freeze dryers into the cannabis extraction world. No one was talking about them before. Fletch mentioned it, and also that method of weighing the hash and then weighing, in the banger and then weighing it after to really see the difference of how much you've melted versus the star rating system. It's really cool, and I appreciate everything he does. Always happy to see you, Bryon, Best Friend Farms. Thanks for coming out. Potent POnics, thanks for making an appearance with us and sharing your vast levels of knowledge. I'm sure Dr. Mark appreciated that as well. And thank you for coming out, Dr. Mark. And Dr. Arturo, we never got to really hear from you, but I'm glad that you popped in, and hopefully next week we will hear from you. And thanks, Michael, who was here earlier, and Heston, who was here earlier, and Collin, who was here earlier. Hopefully I didn't forget anyone, but of course, all of the awesome people who watch the show each week. There's about 5,000 of you. So shout out to you guys. Bingo Lombardi holding the chat room down, John Maddox, Torp God, Lori Ediburn, all the cool folks in the chat. We appreciate you listening to us shoot the shit on a Sunday afternoon. We'll be back next Sunday to talk about more things cannabis and extraction related. And thanks for watching and tuning in. Peace out, everybody. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Marcus.
Happy fall, everybody.
See you guys.
Adios.